Mr. Hearn and Mr. Brashid. This is John Glover, and we're starting the broadcast of the continuation of the Gagut briefing today on December 4th, 2016. We'd like to quickly share with you the God order news that God has ordained a black man, Professor G. Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity, where eta sub n exactly represents intelligence and n the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor G. Oyibo, that n to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity. Since black people share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo, God has reordained the black race to be the most intelligent, richest, and most powerful or undefeatable race. God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed Gagut, is a revelation from God, which infallibly proved that theorems, also called everything that exists, and all equations, also called morphisms, which can be isomorphisms and polymorphisms, past, present, and future, originate out of one invariant, Gi, defined as God, with orthogonal components Gij and a divergence, also called change, of Gij, comma j equals 0. In mathematics, you can use any term to define a quantity. Just because Gagut defined Gi to be God doesn't automatically prove that it is God. For example, one can say that milk originates out of the store. If the store is the ultimate origin point of the milk, you can replace the term originates out of with its equivalent created by. However, before the store, as we all know, milk originates out of the cows. In that specific case, you cannot use the term originates out of, nor can you replace the term originates out of with created by for the store. Gagut, however, infallibly proved that Gi is the ultimate origin of all theorems by calling everything that exists. So the phrase originates out of can be replaced with the term created by, which proves that Gi defined here represents God, since God can be defined as the creator of everything. Now that God has been infallibly defined by Gij, God's existence is infallibly proven if Gagut can prove that something exists. And this is quite easily done by proving that a human being exists, like yourselves and myself. Existence of the human being is the proof of the existence of the Gij, because the Gij has been infallibly proven to be the ultimate origin of everything. Therefore, because a human being exists, it infallibly proves the existence of the Gij, which has been infallibly proven to be the definition of God. Therefore, the existence of human beings infallibly proves the existence of God. Now, morphisms, which can be isomorphisms or polymorphisms, and called equations, they map realities onto a mathematical space like our senses do to the brains. This is senses process and understands what's around us, and this is a measure of intelligence. Since Gij, which infallibly defines God, has the totality of all equations, Gij and hence God constitutes the totality of all intelligence. The Gagut solution eta sub n, which all come out of Gij or God, fundamentally represents all isomorphisms and all polymorphisms, and therefore contains all of intelligence, and hence infallibly proved that God not only contains all of intelligence, but God is all of intelligence. Gagut amazingly planted all eta sub n's inside the brains of Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, and blessed him with the ultimate or totality of all intelligence with which to understand God or everything. This is how God has ordained Professor G. Oyibo with the totality of all intelligence, and what we call the ultimate intelligence, which can be modestly stated as God has ordained Professor G. Oyibo the greatest genius and the most intelligent human being ever created. This, what's important to understand is that since the black people share Professor G. Oyibo's genes, the black race, by extension, has been ordained to be the most intelligent, richest, and most powerful race. And this has been confirmed by Jim Crow in their various institutions like Göttingen University and Yale University's research studies. Just quickly go over that because I know we've gone over that before. But what's important to understand is Göttingen celebrated their greatest mathematician in the year 2005 by selecting the greatest mathematics works to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. On your screen, you'll see the page just quickly in front of you. I'll bring it up in just 1 second. Can you all see the page?
Yes.
Yes.
Praise God. As you can see, this is the Gauss year 2005 celebration in which They selected Gagut as the #1 work to honor Gauss. Potential runners-up were at week 19, who was Professor Michael Atiyah, and as we've gone over, as you will go see today, Professor Atiyah at week 19, his work is combined with several other works, which is what's titled Field Medalist Lectures. It contains his work and other field medalist works. Atiyah is a mathematician, current-day mathematician, who is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton, both coming from Cambridge University and holding the prestigious Master of Trinity College chair at Cambridge, highlighted in the blue. So what's important to understand is Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Atiyah is also a field medalist. The field medal, as it's stated here on this page, is recognized as the mathematician's Nobel Prize. It's the highest award a mathematician can win. And he has been, Atiyah that is, has won this award. The award was created in 1936 and has been awarded every 4 years. As you can see, just a list of some of the names of the people who have been given or awarded an actual prize. As you can see here, Atiyah's name is here at 1966. He was awarded the Field Medal in 1966, which was 50 years ago. And you can see the list of the names of the people as you go forward and forward, up until about the year 2002, which was the last year that was awarded before the Gauss year 2005 celebration. So Atiyah being a successor to Newton, whom Gauss had respect for, and also being a field medalist, and being in a work that contains 44, including himself, Nobel Prize Award equivalents or field medalist works, that could have easily placed him as #1 work to honor Gauss. However, Göttingen ranked his work inferior to Gagut, and in effect has declared Gagut as being worth more than 44 Nobel Prizes. So Göttingen ranked the work inferior and placed it at week 19. At week 23, you'll see the name Anatoly T. Fomenko. Fomenko is a Russian current-day mathematician who works in the Russian university system of Moscow State University and the Russian Academy of Sciences. What's important to understand is Fomenko is a successor to Professor Leonhard Euler, a German-Swiss mathematician who worked most of his life in St. Petersburg, Russia. Euler, along with Gauss and Newton, make up the top 3 European mathematicians. So what's important to understand here is that Fomenko is a successor to Leonhard Euler. Göttingen could have easily ranked his work, I'm talking about Fomenko's work, as being the #1 work to honor Gauss. However, Göttingen ranked his work inferior to Gagut, which is why it's placed at week 23 as opposed to week 26. And what's also important is if you go to week 24, you'll see the name David Hilbert. Professor David Hilbert actually comes from Göttingen University. He was a successor to Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss as the head of the mathematics department after him. He also is considered to be the last of the great mathematicians. And if you guys, I've gone over before, which I'll go over quickly again. As you can see, he's associated with Göttingen University here. He is also, if you scroll down on the right-hand side and look at the doctoral students, which are people who got their PhDs in mathematics under him, you'll see there are about 69 PhDs in mathematics, which Hilbert was responsible for in terms of overseeing 69 PhDs in mathematics. So any one of those things could have been something that could have placed Hilbert as #1 work to honor Gauss. First of all, he's a successor to Gauss. He comes from Göttingen University. He is considered to be the last of the great mathematicians, and he oversaw 69 PhDs in mathematics. However, in spite of all that, Göttingen ranked his work inferior to Gagut, which is why Hilbert's work was painfully ranked at 24 as opposed to 26. The reason why Gagut was placed as the #1 work to honor Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss is because Gagut has decoded that mathematics in reality is the study of theorems. Gagut, from its definition, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, all the words are important in that acronym, but the last 2 words are the most critical to focus on at this point, which is unified theorem. What that means is that Gagut contains, by its definition, all theorems. Since Gagut has decoded that mathematics is the study of theorems, and since Gagut itself contains all theorems, one can now deduct, one can deduce, and logically now infallibly prove that Gagut contains all of mathematics. It was this revelation that forced the Germans to now recognize that Gagut, because it has all mathematics embedded in it, it can reproduce the work of week 19 in terms of Sir Professor Michael Tia's works in mathematics, and all the field medalist lectures, field medalist works at week 19. It can reproduce the works of Fomenko at week 23. It can reproduce the work of Hilbert at week 24. It can reproduce the works of Newton, Euler, Riemann, even Gauss, whom this particular celebration was in honor for. Once the Germans recognized that all of mathematics can be reproduced at a Gagut, whether they're on this list or not, provided that the works are correct, that is what forced the Germans to now place Gagut and Professor Oyibo as the #1 position of this Gauss year 2005 celebration. They have effectively handed the baton from Gauss, who prior to Gagut was considered to be the greatest mathematician, over from Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss to Professor Gabriel A. Oyibo, who is now the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, past, present, and future. That last clause is important because every mathematics work that has ever been in existence, is currently coming into existence, or will come into existence, is all reproduced from Gagut. There's no chance of anyone coming up with any mathematical work that cannot be explained or come out of Gagut. Not in the past. All mathematics works of the past are reproduced out of Gagut. All present-day mathematics works are reproduced out of Gagut. And all future mathematics works are reproduced out of Gagut. There's no chance of anyone in the no matter how far in the future you go, if someone claims to have come up with a mathematics work, it still comes out of G2j, comma j equals 0. This is what prompted the Germans to now surrender from being, before Gagut, considered to be the headquarters of intelligence. They have now handed that baton over to OFAPIT Institute of Technology as being the real headquarters of intelligence. In addition to that, we also have the message from physics professor Das Gupta from India. What's important to understand, just to get rid of that for a second, that physics professor Das Gupta from India, which is over a population of 1 billion, concludes that, just 1 second there, concludes that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any other human being because of Gagut discovery. Das Gupta himself comes from a group of people who have searched very long for coming up with the God Almighty's, or at least looking for a unified field theory, which is part of the problem, but that's what they were looking for. And Das Gupta himself had failed in finding it. You will see a research paper in terms of, it shows here in front of your page. Can you see the research paper in front of you, both of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Conditions for an abelian Chern-Simon system consistent with equations of motion. As you can see here, the third name on that list is Das Gupta, Krishnendra Das Gupta, and they all come from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia, a top 20 school in India, funded by the King of Saudi Arabia. Das Gupta himself had searched for unified field theory and failed in finding it. But when hearing upon Professor Oyibo being blessed by God with G2j, comma j equals 0, he was compelled to write this letter to the OFAPIT Institute of Technology to declare what he said to himself as God's mission in Das Gupta, which was the title of the subject of his email on Wednesday, July 25th, 2007. What this message reads as follows: Dear Oyibo, good day. I heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendra Das Gupta. What's important to understand is Das Gupta comes from a caste system, which in many ways, like Jim Crow, presents an image of the so-called lighter skinned you are, the closer or higher level in society you are. And as you get into darker shades of skin color, the lower in society you are, until you reach the actual black people in India, They are referred to as Dalit or untouchable. And also in combination with that caste system, there's also the mentality from Jim Crow that's propagated amongst the Indians, because Jim Crow tolerates the Indians a little better than black people, that they view the Indians will view black people as being so-called, they're better than black people. Before Gagut, there's no amount of money you could pay an Indian, as a black person, to get them to recognize you as being superior to them, let alone even on their level. Gagut, on the other hand, forced Dasgupta, who would have seen Professor Oyibo prior to Gagut as a Dalit or untouchable, when he declares that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, it is a complete destruction of the caste system, in the sense that now Dasgupta is bowing down to a black man. And since he represents India and Asia in generalities, it is a way of him showing that they are now surrendering to the black race. Dasgupta also comes from an Indian university in which they state, stated by the Jamia Millia Islamia part, which basically states that they are Islamic. So when he declares Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, Muhammad being the most prominent figure in Islam would mean that on one level, when he said that statement, he could have said Professor Oyibo was closer or close to Muhammad, or a prophet like Muhammad, or approaching Muhammad. He didn't say that, however. When he declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God than any of us, he is in effect declaring Professor Oyibo superseding Muhammad. Just as if he were a Christian. The most prominent figure in Christianity is Jesus Christ. When he said that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he didn't say Professor Oyibo is like a Messiah, or close to Jesus, or close to being like a prophet like Jesus, or something like that. He didn't say that. When he said that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he is in effect saying that Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus Christ. And it is not based off of ego. It is based off the fact that Professor Oyibo has been blessed by God with an infallible theorem, which is Gagut, the G2j, comma j equals 0 formula, and the A to sub n formulas. Neither Jesus or Muhammad had a formula, which is why Dasgupta, in effect, has sweared by the fact that Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us. So Gagut is forced to surrender in Asia, just as it did in Göttingen with Europe. And it continues further with the Gaga-Yale study, which is coming up here in front of you. Does everyone see the Gaga-Yale study in front of them?
Yes.
Yes. This was a research conducted in the year 1997, 7 years after the formal announcement of Gagut in 1990, in which they took the eta sub n formula into the labs to study and determine the intelligence of the black people. They had already recognized that Professor Oyibo had been blessed by God with eta sub infinity intelligence. They wanted to compare the black race to non-blacks in terms of using the eta sub n formula, determining the intelligence level of the black people, and to non-blacks, the ratio of competing between the two. And as you can see here, though it's pretty obvious to me, but maybe for some of you all, the names that you can see here under this research of nuclear DNA diversity in worldwide distributed human populations, the names that you can see below them are primarily non-black names, which is indicating that this was not done by Hampton or Howard universities. It was not done by the historical black colleges. This was conducted by Jim Crow. The best example of that is the name I'm circling here, which is Kenneth K. Kidd. The initials alone should tell you, though, for all those who are familiar with Jim Crow and the terrorism against black people, the first, middle, and last initial to tell you and indicate to you the nature of this not being black people doing this research, but Jim Crow in itself. Do you all understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Praise God. And the superscript B at the end of the name of Kidd refers to Kenneth K. Kidd being a professor at Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510. What needs to be digested here is Professor Kidd was the actual professor spearheading this particular research. And as you can see, some of the other universities listed here, you see universities in Italy, in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, in, where's the other place? France, and two others in America, which are Pennsylvania State Universities and Louisiana State Universities. You can see the level of how this was conducted by Jim Crow. None of these are historical black universities. They're non-black universities. So they took the formula of A to sub n into the laboratories, and in the abstract that you'll see here in front of you, you'll see where it specifically stated that one of the major things that Gaga did in terms of getting the truth about the black people's intelligence in this research study is, if there had been no Gagut, or if Gagut was not the main focus of this particular study, Jim Crow would have conducted the research and determined a fraudulent result, which would have declared a non-black as the most intelligent. In the fourth line of this abstract, you will see how Gaga dealt with this issue in terms of, in the middle of this fourth line, which says, beginning with the sentence, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. A lot of fancy words there, but I'll break it down for you. The European bias term is a synonym for Jim Crow. So what they're saying is, in this way, Jim Crow in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. It means that Jim Crow had to be taken out of the experiment in order to obtain the correct results. An experiment is dealing with finding out the level of polymorphisms amongst people or human beings. Polymorphism, as I went over before, is a measure of intelligence. So the more polymorphisms a creature has or a human has, the more intelligent they are. So if we go to the sixth line, you'll see where it says 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. What does this mean? What this basically means is that 15 polymorphisms is the common number amongst all humans, whether it be blacks or non-blacks, or Africans or non-Africans. The Africans, however, have 13 polymorphisms which are additional to the actual 15. So 15 plus 13 is 28. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
The non-blacks, which are or non-Africans, which would be your whites, Asians, and Jews, and so forth, have only 4 that are additional. You add 15 and 4, you get 19. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
What this attests to is that the ratio of intelligence between the Africans or blacks to the non-Africans or non-blacks is, there's a ratio of 28 polymorphisms for black people or Africans to 19 polymorphisms for the non-blacks or non-Africans. So what this basically says is the ratio of intelligence between black people and non-blacks is 28 to 19. And what this tells us is the black race is the most intelligent. This is already recognized by the fact that Professor Oyibo, a black man, has been blessed with infinite intelligence. And when we talk about polymorphism, it's associated with the n of the eta sub n equation. So black people have 28n level, which means that in reality it's eta sub 28 plus. And in the case of non-blacks, they have 19. That will be eta sub 19 minus. The plus and the minus are important to understand because Jim Crow, almost all the time when it comes to themselves, they overestimate themselves. So when the research they stated has 19 for them, it is more likely to be lower. On the same time, they underestimate the black people's intelligence. So where they declared an A28, it is more likely to be higher than that, which is why it's eta sub 28 plus. But what's important to understand here is Jim Crow has surrendered here in terms of taking the eta sub n formula into the labs to determine that the black race is the most intelligent race with an n of 28 compared to theirs, which is 19. So it's official. It's scientific, it's mathematical, and it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the reality of the intelligence of black people, God has blessed the black race as being the most intelligent, richest, and most powerful race. And today, we'd like to finish up that part with you all so that you can understand the God order and the Gaga Yale correction factor, which comes from this ratio of the 28 over 19, so that we can understand better about how God has blessed us with Gaga and a solution to all the problems that we are facing at this time. Is everyone now ready for the professor?
Yes.
Yeah. Any particular questions that you have in light for the professor?
Yes, I have questions.
Anything that I presented?
Yeah, what you presented, you said that GI is God, and that mathematics represents all theorems, and that everything that's real comes out of GI. So, so if everything real comes out of GI, then every real thing is a GI. Is that correct?
Yes, that's why we say it's a reality. What you're dealing with GI is a representation of all realities. Did you understand what I said?
Yes.
That's what you said is essence. In essence, is correct. It deals with all realities. Everything that exists, which is what reality is it has a GI, and is in conjunction. If you combine them all together, will make up the GIJ, which is what's important to understand. That's one of the things that we want to get across to everyone today, so we can understand that the only solution to our problems is understanding GIJ, comma J equals 0.
Another question. Well, what you have at a sub infinity, you have big N, little n, and then you have GI, big G, and then little I. So they're both the same, and they're both generalizations, right?
Are you speaking about the A to sub n formula?
Yes.
Okay, but what exactly is your question about it?
My question is, how are they the same, and then how are they different?
How is what the same and what is different? I don't understand what you mean.
Well, I know they're both invariants, but one is an equation, and then one is a solution to an equation, to the same equation, right?
That is the whole point of intelligence. Intelligence is an act of understanding. A to sub n represents all intelligences, and those A to sub n's are solutions to any problem. That's one of the things that we want to get across. There's a specific A to sub n that has a solution within Gaga towards the Riemann hypothesis, which is why we call it the G2j, the G2j, solution to the Riemann hypothesis. That has eta sub 0 in that. The eta sub n in itself is a solution to all our problems, which is what the basis of intelligence is. Intelligence is not just an act of understanding, it's the absence of ignorance. Ignorance only comes about when you don't know. And intelligence fills the vacuum of ignorance, in terms of the only way you have an ignorance is when you don't understand something. GIJ, and particularly A to sub n, answers all ignorances. Any ignorance that you have only comes about when you don't know. A to sub n contains all the actual solutions to those problems. This is why when Professor Oyibo has been declared as having A to sub infinity intelligence, it is because he has a solution to all problems.
So, for instance, when the professor was trying to solve the Riemann hypothesis, would his process look like this? He would first go to the general equation GIJ, comma J equals 0. Then he would go to eta sub infinity and say, okay, well, in the Riemann hypothesis, it has some things that would go in eta sub 0. And then he will look into eta sub 0 and then be able to plug in some things in Riemann hypothesis that would fit in eta sub 0. And then in eta sub 0, you have G00 and G01. And so he's able to use the general solution to be able to solve the specific equation of the Riemann hypothesis.
Yes, you're pretty much on the right track there, and that's what's important. The G00 and the G01 parts of the X plus Y in that particular part is a generalization of the complex number, which is part of the problem of the Riemann hypothesis. But in essence, what you said is correct in terms of what was done was using the Gagut and the A to sub n formulas to basically generalize the problem and then solve it using Gagut in terms of Riemann hypothesis. This is what Jim Crow, because they did not have Gagut, this is why Riemann hypothesis had been a problem that evaded solution for well over a century. Gagut solved that problem in 1990 like it solved all problems because it contains the solution to every problem. That's one of the things that Professor Oyibo is going to be explaining in further depth in this particular broadcast tonight.
Okay, and also I have two other questions for the professor that my mother wants answered as well.
Oh, is she all right?
No, she's all right, but she just wants to know, she has a question about inflammation in the body, and then she has a question about Alzheimer's and dementia.
Okay, your questions are, sir.
Yeah, those two questions. She has a question about those two things.
Oh, could you repeat that? I didn't catch the full question.
The first question she wants to ask the professor about is inflammation in the body. How can that be cured? And then her second question is about Alzheimer's and dementia. How could that be relieved?
Okay, just bear in mind, we're going to connect the professor on to answer that. Just 1 second. Please hold, everyone. Can you just hold for a second?
Sure.
So, Mr. Bashad, do you have any questions also for the professor as the professor's coming on?
In the same sense as Mr. Hearn was kind of going through the breakdown of the Riemann hypothesis, I guess because I am new to this, I would probably like to start from the beginning of understanding the Riemann hypothesis, definitely.
We'll have that answered for you in just a second, sir. Just we're getting the professor on. Just please hold.
Thank you.
Just before the professor comes on, can you see the equation in front of you both?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yes.
Praise God for that.
Can you show me first? So my picture shows up.
Hello? Can you hear
Hello.
us?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, fellow human beings and brothers and sisters, and the pride of God's creation. We're the chosen planet, we're the chosen point in the universe. And so therefore, heaven is supposed to begin from here. So, but heaven is God order. And the last presentation, we were getting into application of an understanding of everything. Now, to a specific problem on the basis that we have the totality of God order, which is represented exactly by Gij, comma j equal to 0, which is an infallible revelation from God, called God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, which infallibly proved that all theorems, as in all of reality, each one of them, and collectively, and all equations represents, in terms of correct equation, represents reality. Past, present, and future originate from just one, only one, invariant. GI, which infallibly defines God. That part is going to take you some time for you to understand. All realities originate out of an invariant, GI. That infallibly defines God as a creator. In other words, the entire reality comes out of, that God. And the revelation is that God is an invariant.
You know what, Professor?
Yes.
I was actually contemplating that yesterday while I was driving on the freeway. I was looking around. I said, everything comes out of GIJ then, and everything that's a reality. Then I said, this freeway is a reality. Then it comes out of GIJ. That building is a reality. That comes out of GIJ. That helicopter is a reality. That comes out of GIJ. So that means if out of one thing, everything comes out of it, that one thing would have to be God. And those things that come out of it have to be a reflection of the God. And if you say that the equation is a space-time equation, then those reflective babies are children's, which you say that eta sub infinity represents the children, then those things are spaces as well, which would make it the commonality that I was able to see. So I thank you for that.
Praise God. Praise God. That is what is called the Gagot age of intelligence. This is the beginning of heaven. And that's what is said on the website. Most people do not understand that. I think it's some kind of a cryptic story. You know, Gagot age of intelligence represents God in terms of life and heaven, while ignorance represents the devil and death. Devil
Yeah, that was the exact conversation I was having with my mother this morning. She was trying to say that well, she was implying almost that, you know, death is something that we have to look forward to, and she was talking about dementia, but I was letting her know, you know, that you didn't have me to die at 10 years old. Same thing like God, he didn't have us to die at 100 years old. And when I was telling her, you know, because she's so much into the Bible, but when I spoke to her in those terms, and then I spoke about the sequoia tree and then the shark, and I was able to let her know how God was like a mother, it made sense to her, and she didn't have to rely on the theories of the religion. She was just relying on the logical sense out of Gaga, and it just made sense to her, and she said, "You're right."
Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. That's what, you know, what heaven is about. You know, so yes, God is is the ultimate mother, ultimate father. So if you say the religion that says God is looking forward for us to die, it's about God, then you are clearly contradicting yourself. That's putting it very lightly. That's a contradiction totally. Because you say you're better than God, and yet you are finite. You have limitations in every way. I'm closer to God in terms of geometry, but I know my position relative to God. That's where the wisdom begins, which is the proof of the wisdom itself. So you can't say we're not in the same space with God, because our space is, you know, is zero compared to God's space, because God not only owns all space time, but God is the totality of space time. So now, so then, yes, but it is also the message that needs to go across in terms of the conversation you have with your mother. And that's why we like the mothers to come on board to help us develop this heaven that God has already ordered. That's the bottom line. So now, that God that is the one invariant, GI has orthogonal components. That is part of the miracle, the revelation of Gaga, you know, which God ordained me with, or blessed me with. Is that, okay, so if God is that invariant is represented by its orthogonal components, which is what we call the J. So, because when you've done that, you've represented, you know, that invariant. Every entity can be represented by the orthogonal components. So therefore, God is an invariant GI with orthogonal components GIJ, and because God is invariant, the divergence or the change of that invariant will be zero. That's an exact representation. Infallible from God.
What's the importance, Professor, of them being independent rather than dependent, since they're orthogonal, like, and they're all space-time? So wouldn't they depend on each other? Or because I know they're dimensions, but this east dimension, this west dimension, this north dimension, this south dimension is all one dimension, but you say they're independent?
Yes. The dynamics of adding things in absolute in terms of, you know, perfectly, infallibly, is to make sure you don't count any piece twice or more than once. You understand?
I get it now. I get it. Well, I think I get it. Okay, let me see. So you got one dimension, which will be like the wave dimension. Then you got another dimension, which would be the material dimensions. But when you're in the wave dimension, you want to count whatever you need to count there. But when you're in, you're counting whatever you count there.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a parent, a family's worth, you know, say they have a bank account and, you know, they have a deposit of maybe $100,000. And then out of that, they took some money out and then divided among the family members. Say there are three of them, two children, one child and parents, or five. Two parents and three children. So, you know, let's say they took $20,000 out and they divided it for the sake of argument. Let's say it was all equal. Okay? And the children had $4,000 each. So then the question is, you know, let's say the bank name is in the father's name, or the father and the mother. Okay? And so the remaining amount of money is now $80,000 in the bank. So now you're adding, you want to add their total money. So you say, well, the parents have, you know, the bank, what's left in the bank is $80,000. And the children have $4,000 each. So for them, it's $12,000 total. Now, when you're adding the total amount of money for the entire family, if you say the amount for the family combined is $80,000, suppose you say that that's the amount they have, or rather that you say no, the family, because the original account was $100,000, and because the $12,000 you've given to the children came from that account. So if you blindly say, okay, the family's account is 100, you know, the parents have $100,000. And then you now begin to add the contribution from the children. And then you say, well, their combined is $12,000. And what you then do is, you say, okay, you know, you understand? In other words, pretend you didn't know the money came out of the account and you didn't know what's the balance there. That's the whole dynamics of the balance. The parents took the money out to give to the children. So the money for the children is not independent of the family amount. So if you add in them and say, okay, the family, the parents have $100,000, and then the children have $12,000. Well, if you add them together, you'll get $112,000. What you've done is you've ignored, or you were unable to understand, the $12,000 came from the $100,000, either because you were not told or because you just thought they were all independent. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me go. Can you all both see that?
Oh yeah. Yes. 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 Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
That's what I was thinking. Brother Rashad should understand that. You're in finance, right?
Yes, sir.
That's right. So you understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty much that's what the dynamics of independence is about. So in the language of independence, then, the $12,000 for the young people is not independent of the $100,000 that are in the name of the parents. So you can only, so therefore, what the law says that you can only add the amounts that are independent. Otherwise, you'll be adding some parts of it more than once. Do you understand?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, because now on the other hand, if those children had made some money on their own from outside the family pot, their contribution then will be independent of the family pot. Then you can add them. Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say they had an intern for the summer and they made the $12,000 between the three of them. Okay, so that is separate from the earnings from the parents, so therefore now you could add $100,000 for the parents and then the $12,000 for the young people. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I, maybe I'm off with this interjection, but even if they earn the money independently, but because GIJ encompasses all reality, it's impossible to be separate from GIJ.
Yes. Yes. It's impossible, and so the whole dynamic then is you have to make sure, see, the dependence, in other words, when you formulate a geometry, and that's the whole thing, and we have a dynamics of nature that indicates to us what are the things that are independent. If you take X and Y, the whole dynamics of being orthogonal, meaning they are perpendicular to each other. So if you have, I need to have my thing there so I can draw some of this in for you, but if you can imagine the X and Y being a vertical and X being a horizontal. Let's say you have a point, like a town, that's directly on Y, maybe about 10 miles north of the origin. Do you understand?
Yes.
And you are right in the origin, and you want to reach that point 10 miles north of the origin on Y-axis. Now, so you might be confused and say, gee, once I start moving, it doesn't matter what direction I'm going to be getting to that 10 miles north of origin. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What happens is if you go on the X, which is orthogonal, that is totally independent of y. You can go forever, you will never hit the 10 miles on y.
To make that clear, x will be in the directions going both west and east as opposed to north. No matter what direction you go on the x, you will never get to the 10 miles north of the origin.
Oh, okay, because it's independent from west and north. It has a whole different.
No, it's not independent of west. It is the x-axis is going in both west and east directions. It does not go north and south like the y does.
Right.
So if you're trying to get to the x point, or sorry, the y point on 10 places or 10 miles above the origin, going left or right or west and east will not help you get north.
You have to go back to 0.
That's right. You know,
yes.
Or you start going north, you know, at some point before you even have a chance. But even then, you would have lost your bearing already unless you know what you're doing. So that's the concept of independent. In other words, you understand, it doesn't matter how much energy, how fast you run, as long as you're going east and west, a point that is directly on the north, you will never get in there. Even if you go 1 billion years, unless you start moving north, you will never ever go to reach a point that is north. Can you see that?
Yeah, so some things that you explain within the equation may be in one direction and therefore independent, and another thing you may explain maybe in another direction which is independent. So you can explain all directions.
Yes, absolutely.
That come up in different ways. So if somebody gives you a problem, it may be going in this direction. Well, right. The Riemann hypothesis it seems like it's moving more in a north to south direction, since it's going on those lines, right?
Well, you know, so what happens is that the revelation to me, and that's why, you understand, see, there are a lot of things, and you were talking about fears, you know, based on experience. Yes, fears are characterized by lack of understanding. That's the basis of fear. Gagot takes care of fears. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, when you this point is extremely critical. When you know, in your elementary school days, either walking to the bus to be picked up, or because you're too close, you don't require a bus, you walk to the class or the school. Either way, most children have an experience where there's a bully in the neighborhood, in their neighborhood. Do you understand? They all understand that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say that you know, a new bully had just moved into the neighborhood and had already known about you already, and he's trying to bully you and try to scare you and try to do whatever. And you're walking from your home to the school and totally unaware of this bully being popping up on your way. So when they pop up, you understand, and they take you on, you will have very little resistance. You have very little resistance because you're not prepared for it. You didn't have any background. You didn't have prior knowledge about. You were not expecting them. So bottom line there, in terms of, because what you do then, you freeze, especially if they're big in size. They go over there, and and then they're looking down on you, and you have to look up and all that. You might even be able to deal with them. And I had a similar experience myself, but in my case, it was kind of different, and it played out in the way God wanted it to. But what happened is, you freeze up. When you freeze up, that's the fear. You are freed. The fear grabs you and freezes your ability to do anything. So the bull in that situation doesn't have to do much. You understand? You have nothing, no resistance. You have nothing to counteract whatever they dish out. So they don't have to dish out much in order to accomplish their goal. That's what fear does. So fear is a consequence primarily of lack of understanding. Even if you don't have the power, a physical power to deal with the bully. If you knew the bully was there, like that was in my case. In my case, a bigger guy, this was when I was attending Arabic school. And I had to walk from our home to the Arabic school. And the bully saw me one day and he says, kid, you have to do what I say or something like that. Or else I'm going to whip you behind and I'm going to beat you up. And I said, yeah? He said, yes. He says, listen. I said to him, you have no idea what you're talking about. He said, oh, yeah? I said, sure. So he says, okay, when you come out of your Arabic school classes, tomorrow I'll be there. I'll be in this junction of the road. And the road, ironically, was a road, actually, I think it was called Cemetery Road, because the cemetery, there was a cemetery, right, beside the road.
So you always been a tough guy, huh, Professor?
But we talk about, I was about four years old, somewhere there, certainly under 5. Okay, so it says, listen, and and there was a church nearby, and the cemetery originally belongs to the church. So it's called the Church Missionary Society. That is Bishop Ajayi Crowder, for those of us who who are aware of some of the dynamics of this so-called Christianity propagation in Africa. Ajayi Crowder was a black man who was taken prisoner of war into so-called slavery and all that, and returned back and then started building churches in Nigeria. And either it was the first church, that kind of church that was built. So, beside the church is a cemetery, and there was, a statue of one of the people that was buried there, right beside the road. Okay, it's very clear. You could see the statue. We walk past the statue, would drive, and so on. So anyway, so it's the junction of the road that that is in front of the cemetery, and another one that's literal, but perpendicular, that goes to some kind of a bank of the River Niger, extended part of River Niger, where people go to either fetch water or swim or have fun and stay by the riverbank and have a good view. So anyway, so the kid told me, he said, listen, when you're done with your classes tomorrow, you're going to meet me over here and I'll teach you a lesson. That you understand? I'll teach you how to say yes, sir, to me, because I'm going to bully you good. So I said, okay, you are on. You got a deal. I told him. Now, he's much taller and bigger than me. He probably was like 10 years old. So his age was double mine. Do you understand? But bigger and taller. So I told him, I said, listen, guy, you are on. You have a deal. Tomorrow at about 3 or 4, when the class is over, I will meet you here. We have a deal. Do you understand? So sure enough, the class
Supreme
was over.
Confidence.
Yeah. This is actually, my father never forgot, what I'm telling now until he transformed on. Okay. So then, hey, 3 o'clock, getting to 3, 5 minutes or thereabouts. He was there, and I arrived there, and I said, okay, here we are. Everyone was on time for the agreement. You understand?
Yeah.
And yet he still couldn't understand how I have the guts, because he wasn't expecting me to show up. I was there. And so he says, do you realize I'm going to literally kill you and I'm going to shred you into... I said, well, we'll find out. You understand? So he said, really? He said, yeah. I said, man, okay. So we're there now. Of course, it's more thought I still have to look up, but my strategy was not have anything to do with the height. As a matter of fact, it had something to do with the ground. My father and my brother, the person we call anybody Yusufu, okay? And that's Joseph or Yusufu in Islam, whatever, okay? They had already taught me skills in terms of how to survive at 3, 4 years old. And that technique is that when you have a much bigger person fighting with you, obviously your reach is not going to be as much, as good as the person's. You cannot really engage them in one-to-one kind of hand to, thing. So you have to find another way. And that other way is to go between their legs. And I was in a very perfect position because I was facing with him squarely. But he had no idea about this strategy. And I had tried it and I knew it worked. So you just bend down, go beneath them, and then you slide them back on your back. And when they fall, it's going to be a big fall. I tried that and I was scared. One particular case where a person almost died because they were on their head by the time they landed. Do you understand? It's a wrestling that my father and my brother taught me and say, yeah, kid, you understand this, you can survive anywhere. And that's what it boiled down to. So I was ready now, but what was amazing was my father was driving from the water side, the riverside, on this cemetery road, the main road, the one that's in front of it. And, it was nothing but any plan at all. But my father's came right at the junction just before we started fighting. Brother drove by and he saw these 2 kids. I was backing my father. And the large kid, the big kid, was facing him. So my father saw, and my father knew a gruesome fight was just about beginning, okay? So he stopped the car and came out and said, gee, I wonder who this little kid is that's just about to be, destroyed by this monster. So my father, came and then by the time we could get into, my father came and then held both of us and then, push us backwards. That's when he saw my eyes, saw my face. You understand? That's when he realized it was me, my father. And then my father, said, how do? It's like, it was such a shock to him. He says, is that you?
You were ready. You were game ready, huh?
And he busted laughing. I mean, what this big guy, he was in shock because he didn't know he was my father. And he said, do you know this kid? And so it was a very, and eventually I told him, I said, look, you were lucky my father came, otherwise you would have been on your way to the hospital. And my father knows that.
True hero, Oyibo.
You understand? So, so again, but that's the dynamics of fear. Now, I had no fear. One, because I knew he was going to be there. We had already arranged it. Do you understand? Secondly, God had given me a protection against such a problem already. Do you understand?
Yes, you had the understanding and the knowledge pre
Yeah.
any fight that would happen.
Absolutely. So when you're talking about G, there's going to be loss of income. There's going to be, fraudulent arrests, fraudulent any number of things. You understand? Even though anything that's fraud comes from ignorance to begin with. Okay, although in a military situation, people use deception to win. But in a righteous world, there is no basis for military operation. And what happened in the case of this young person, like I said, I tried it before with other people, and I know how dangerous this technique that God gave me is. So, because God gave me, by giving me a lot of information, you understand, that doesn't make life much easy for you among some elders, you understand, among some very bad guys, who like to prevail through a loud talk and stuff like that. So when God gave me these blessings of understanding a few things, God gave me protection as well. So you can say that that's a story, a miniature story of the black people. What you just saw in this story. So, and the size can be associated in this particular situation as evidence of lack of understanding, a big lack of understanding, because it begins with, there was no basis for him to try to threaten me for no reason. It's not like I was insulting him or being nasty to him. He just come to me and say, kid, try to boss me around, so on and so forth. But he picked the wrong kid. Do you understand?
Yep, the golden child.
Yes.
So, and that's what our story has been, especially from since this last 2,500 years. When you are giving intelligence, because see, what the bully is trying to actualize is that so-called, you understand, what people define as might, many times is not accurate, to say the least. The real might is what God is. That's why we call it God Almighty. Do you understand? That's the real might.
Yeah,
Go ahead. What did you say? Hello?
Did you hear us? Mr. Zagar, Mr. Hearn, Mr. Rashad, did you hear?
Yes, I think we were both just appreciating the way he incorporated the all might.
That's right.
Praise God for that. Just 1 second, everyone. Please hold. Again, everyone, hold, all right? Just 1 second.
Okay.
Is everyone there? Is everyone there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so I'm going to just go forward a little bit. I'll revisit in terms of this story again, because that's really the essence. There's no room for fear in reality. You conquer fear by intelligence. That's the part of the summary of what I just presented to you. Can you all see that?
Yes.
In other words, the big guy left to what appears to be the physical dynamics. Do you understand? One would say, gee, because if I had gone and said, okay, I'll do whatever you say, you understand, that could that could end my life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because
Yes,
he could even ask me to shoot myself. Can you all see that?
Right.
yes.
And if I'm overwhelmed with this fear, and then say, okay, I'm going to shoot myself, that's worse if you kill yourself than somebody killing you if you have to be killed. Do you understand that?
Yeah, suicide.
Exactly. When you kill yourself, you're committing suicide. When somebody else is killing you, they are committing murder. Do you understand?
Yes.
You don't want to commit murder. Sorry, well, you don't want to commit both, but you certainly don't want to commit suicide. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. It's part of our way of life, which is thou shalt not kill. Because there's no reason to kill. Absolutely no, there's no reason for war. Or if there's war, the war they set up for who wins the war is already set. It's intelligence, it's not just physical power. No. Physical power is one thing. It's intelligence. That's why God ordered Africans to tame the tiger. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Just because God gave tiger a lot of muscles and fangs and you understand, and this horrible teeth and everything else, that God didn't make the tiger in charge. God made humans in charge. Okay? The fangs and the claws, you understand, can tear. It kills because once an opening to your veins, your life glue leaks away and you die, or you become less energetic because the energy is all tied to, so that is a way, so that's vulnerability. But that could be taken care of quite easy. You just wear a little armor and the tiger will be, you understand, you'll be with the tiger, okay? Because even if he throws you on the floor, if you have a proper armor, that's it. He will just watch you. He can't do a damn thing. He might even try to drag you, but he can't do anything with it. Do you all understand?
Yes.
Yes. So therefore, intelligence is the real power. Because when all is said and done, the person who supposedly wins an encounter brags about being better. Being better means it's intelligent because, the other thing that even if you have the physical power, you have to understand how to win. Just throwing punches in the air doesn't make you win. For you to, and that's why it's wrong to say Muhammad Ali has a 78 IQ. Because you understand the way, you understand, you need a lot of brains, you need a lot of coordination, you understand, you need speed, all kinds of things. You can't be below average and win a boxing match or a wrestling match because it's skills, it's a lot of intelligence that's involved in that process. Can you all see that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So the only thing that really wins is intelligence. Now, therefore, the fear can paralyze your intelligence. And so you want to eliminate fears by understanding. So if you take it, for example, to say, okay, going from your house to the school, you're expecting any moment some bullies to pop up. So you'll be ready, at least partially ready for that. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, part of the thing that needs to be done with regards to making sure, because if human beings and other creatures have the dynamics of, if they will try to get whatever they can from you that you are willing or that they could force out of you. That's generally the dynamics of things. Okay, but that is not how God designed things to be. You're supposed to have enough resources within yourself to provide what your own needs. And what happened 2,500 years ago was hungry people came into our shores, look, like they needed help, and we gave them help. And then they turned around trying to steal things and, so on and so forth. Now that is an indication of lack of intelligence. Like right now, God has restored the Mars civilization back again. And that's what you're going through right now. Mars civilization was like the beginning of what we now have in terms of the Gagot age, the Gagot civilization. The Gagot age civilization. We're back to where we started. We're back to it's a full circle. But this is a permanent one because it can, you understand, it's gotten the ultimate. So what you're hearing is hard to believe. That's why you have to see the formula so you get the sense of what we're talking about. This formula cannot be reproduced again. You can't do it over again. Now, you might try to go through the exercise to see how it was done, but that's it. God doesn't change. That's the ultimate. You can't go past that. So now, but the formula itself is the ultimate blessing. Not only this formula, but the proof. Eta sub n is the proof. You have a theorem, one universal theorem, the totality of the theorem, Gij, j equal to 0. And then you have the proof of that theorem, which is that you could reproduce answers to every problem from this equation, which that is how you prove this equation to be infallible and comes from God. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. When you propose a theorem, even when you know it's valid, you have to find a way to prove it. And therefore, eta sub n becomes, in other words, this equation says this is the constraint you need that defines reality. That's what the theorem says, Gij, j equal to 0. Every reality must obey this infallible, law or geometry. That's a constraint, a requirement for anything to be claimed to be a reality, or for any problem, any problem in terms of, hey, a setup for any problem, where usually a problem you're trying to determine part of the parameters, that solve the problem. Solving of the problem is finding the solutions to this theorem. So you're giving some parts of it, and then you have to determine the others. That's the complement. And you need a constant in terms of an invariant for you to be able to sort it out. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you getting it? I know you have questions, but you see, but you also must understand, you know, many times I tell you that, and you probably, I give you so much, it's kind of hard to understand that. What you're going through right now, you must continue going through this forever. That means that you have to be able to pick up knowledge of this, to develop enough confidence in yourself so you could begin teaching it while you're still learning some more. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That means that you have to be on a perpetual monthly briefing forever. When you hear that, that might sound like, gee, well, you know, he's setting up, you know, a profit for himself. Well, it's a God order. That's what it is. So unless you could say God is setting up a profit for God's self, it won't make sense for you to say, I'm setting up a profit for myself. What you get from this is so much superior to Jim Crow dollar. Jim Crow dollar does not take you to any height. It doesn't give you anything but just some quick feel-good thing that dissipates right quickly. This point is extremely important. You understand? Folks who come and say, gee, you know, no. The world owes us $20 zillion, which was supposed to be provided by Black people, for us to get into the competition to search for the unified field theory. So every human being owes us money forever if it is an issue of money. So you understand, but it has, you know, God doesn't use the dollar. And what God did through me is to say that I don't need the dollar either. Did you understand?
Yes.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
That's shocking. That's because that means that all the propaganda machine, all of the money that they've had has equivalent, one man through God has been able to, and that's shocking. For somebody to have this big machine going all around the entire world and to know that it has been for naught for 2,500 years. That's an incredible blow. And you know what, I just read a report that what you were saying, it actually just came out, and it said that it was dealing with the white birth rate is negative now, and it was showing how not only is it suicide, but it's opiates and other things are the reason for it. But it brought to mind just now the fact that since 1990, I think they said since 1999 to about 2014, there's been this big heroin and big epidemic and opiates. Really, it's just trying to get an escape because they know that Gaga is here, and it's just caused a low, you know, a low morale. Here it is. White deaths exceed births. That's what it says. It says white deaths exceed births, and it says shifting demographics. And their whole agenda right now is all on population and population and population. But I didn't know why. I was getting this guy named, I know Bill Gates, he read this book by Mathis, and he was talking about this and that, but I didn't know the underlying, and now I see that Gagot is the underlying crux in their whole scheme.
Absolutely.
And it is called the collapse.
Definitely. Gagot is responsible for that, but not responsible in the bad sense, in the sense that, you know, again, see, it's good that you can talk about your fears. Their fears is what's responsible for this suicide. They are afraid that President Jefferson had actually indicated that if God was a just God, then the atrocities on the black people, there's going to be a punishment for it. And so many intuitively are feeling Gagot as the source of the, the source of the punishment. Unlike any rational reaction, and that was recorded during the Japanese, the surrender, in the Second World War, where the Japanese who thought they were not going to have a life again after surrendering were jumping to their death. That's what has been happening in terms of the suicide for the non-blacks. This is extremely serious because 1999 was when the Gaga broke out in terms of the news about Gaga broke out very wild, very loud. And it took a small black newspaper to make that happen. That is Our Time Press. When it was published, and of course there were pieces, eventually there was a Coast to Coast.
Yeah, I read Our Times Press. Yeah, I read that
okay.
John sent me.
And that was Coast to Coast by Mike Sago. And then a lot of Rush Limbaugh, all this began to saturate the ground and people began to think the worst. So that fear has to be managed because that's not intention of the Creator. God brought this to reestablish heaven on this planet and the rest of the world. That's a purpose. That's what not only you, but non-blacks must understand so they can, there's no room for death. And that's what you were sharing with your mother. There's no logic behind death. And I'd like you to ask questions on that.
Yeah, she wanted to know about the inflammation in the body, and then at the age of death, how you can cure inflammation in the body, and also a dementia, and what's the other one? Dementia and Alzheimer's at the older age.
Yes, yes. Well, you understand, inflammation. You see, the body is a flow field. The human body is a flow field. You understand?
Yes.
It's a flow field. It's like the universe itself. It's a flow field. Now, in the case of the human body, there's a GAGUT for human body. And as a fine art, you could draw a human, the boundary. The boundary is how you could define what's, the enclosure or the thing, Well, GAGUT will have what you do as an artist, but also have the details of the inside. The details of inside, you can't really do that much, with the fine art or even a picture, although on that note, you still have to visualize Gaga, but Gaga to give you not only the boundaries extremely precisely, more precise than the camera can, and certainly the fine art can, you understand, is exact. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just like when you're drawing a straight line, Gaga to give you precisely, because straight line that you draw depends on how sharp your pencil is. You understand? And all that. But Gaga gives you every details. Okay? Every details in terms of not only the GIJ itself that gives that picture, but every dynamics interior to it. You will see it in terms of the formula itself. Do you understand? Now that's what I know. You see, you can't even answer that confidently because you haven't started your learning of Gagot yet. So this is an extraordinary privilege for entire humanity One, that God will reveal it. Stephen Hawking didn't, Professor Stephen Hawking didn't think God will reveal this. It is too precious for God to reveal. So anytime we're discussing this, we are discussing God and we are talking to God. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Directly, the Almighty God. That's what it says. G, I, J, comma, J equal to 0. Both G and J represents God. They're the same letter. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yeah.
G is a substitute for J. So you have G-I-J. In reality, the fundamental definition of God is the J. Jah. Do you understand?
Yes.
Is the J or Jah. That's what the Rastas, use, in Jamaica and the rest of the world. Now, it's also the same vocabulary in Ethiopia, the same vocabulary in where I was born, the Gala people, Jah, and the Europeans replaced the J with the G, the J with the G, so they call it Jah. This is not as critical. Jah is G-O, J-O. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now.
Well, yeah, I remember you said the G and the J are interchangeable.
Of course. Well, try Niger. N-I-G-E-R. Right?
Yes.
So that's
the Jah.
that's it. Yeah, you could have written that as N-I-J-E-R. The pronunciation will be the same, isn't it?
Yes.
So therefore, Niger, so the G and J are interchangeable. Okay?
Yes.
So, and actually in the Latin or the Roman language, it's called Jew. Jew, D-I-U. I forgot how to spell, but Jew, that's the vocabulary for God, which is the Jah, Jew. That's Jah. Okay, so and all through the Northern Europe and so on and so forth. So all this originated from Africa, and the Galas were pretty much right in the beginning. Especially once they took their name, the black people first, and took any number of names, but the Gala was particularly important, particularly in 2,500 years ago. That became critical because even though we were pretending as a result of, dynamics from people coming in or actually returning back home or trying to return back home, but had a problem with the experience they have had in the snow, the ice, and all that, and we're not really acting rational. So we had to find a way to deal with that by telling them, okay, we'll put our hands up, but our name is invincible. That's Gala. And so we will do what you say until we have a chance to talk to you. And that time eventually came 1990. And that's what led to the Yale studies, because it forced Jim Crow, because once they've seen my intelligence of infinity, you understand, you could see that infinity in this formula. There's nothing that is real that doesn't satisfy that. That's why we're going to go over the Riemann piece, But let me say, in terms of inflammation, the human body is a flow field. Okay, for the first revelation from God in terms of what is a human being. A human being has two components, like this Gij. There is a material, which is the I, and the space-time, which is the J. That's the two parts of the humanity. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Yes. That's the most general form you could find any reality. The material and the space-time. But the material is also a function of space-time.
I like that, because you said that the material is a concentration of space, right? So it's basically the same thing, right? Yeah. It's like when God says God made man in the image of God. If God is space, and then man is space too.
Absolutely. Well, that's the ultimate revelation, is that the actual definition of God. That's what God has given to me. So the only higher source of information than me is God. There's nothing else in between. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. So it does. If you sold everything that you own to pay for 1 minute of class with me, you still owe money. Can you see that?
I have come to see that, and I know I owe you a lot, because even when you speak on fine art, you blow me away. I think sometimes you're doing a little bit of probing of me, but I don't mind, because it's right on point.
So that is, for most people, especially our people, it's extremely hard to believe what they're hearing, what I'm presenting to you. You can see there's nothing I cannot deal with. You understand? Because it's all bottom down in space. It's space-time. Because the I, which is the material, is just a way of differentiating one entity from another. But they have a common denominator, which is the J, which is the space-time. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's like differentiating you and your cousin. You have the same great-grandfather somewhere, or grandmother. So your names are different, just to identify, just to bring a little, a way of identifying both of you. Otherwise, you have the same common grandmother, grandfather, so therefore you're all the same. So on the level of your great-grandmother and grandfather, you're all the same, because you all are represented by your great-grandmother. Can you see that?
Yes.
So in that sense, we're all unified in the space-time. It is so beautiful. It's the greatest blessing God can give. Do you understand?
Yes, Professor. I have to go because I have another meeting. But I will continue. I appreciate this, all the information and everything, and I will be sure to tune in as soon as possible if you're still on when I get done with my meeting.
Well, how long is your meeting?
I'll probably be a couple of hours.
Oh boy. Well, okay. Well, because what we're hoping to do would, like you had indicated, the Riemann hypothesis requires some time, as you can see, and we're just building up to the starting of it. Yes. What could be done is, because we will need a minimum, especially if we're bringing other things into the mix. We will need a minimum of at least 3 hours to 5 hours dedicated to that for you to be able to get a sense of it. And that's very critical in this whole exercise. Yes. So, you understand, and some of it is on the internet already, but it's something you must make time for, because what's at stake here is extremely huge, because we get into heaven. And I define, before you go over it again, what I define heaven to you the other days is a state of existence.
Without problem.
Yeah. Yes. Did you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A state of existence that is characterized by lack of problems. There are no problems. That is heaven. Yes. Now, evidence of that is that you have a constraint on how to solve every problem. in Gij, comma j equal to 0. And then eta sub n gives you all of the solutions. So,
Yes,
so in that way, there's no more problems. But you need to understand how you solve these problems. And therefore, so, and like I said, the fear can be considered a problem. So you go into this and find a solution for fear. Okay? You know, so it's a very extremely godly and very practical. So therefore, you know, now the rest of the world are saying problems still abound. And what we do is we take highlights of what are considered to be problems, and we go over them. And we're talking about big problems. Riemann hypothesis is certainly one of the biggest problems that has been solved since 1990. And yet the world, and yet, you know, humanity has not been aware of it because Jim Crow is not understanding things themselves, are actually blocking the dynamics of people getting access to it. So, but you must have a fair knowledge of it. That's a miracle because it's a problem that has been solved already and people still don't believe it's solved yet. So as far as they are concerned, or we are concerned, the concept of it's not solved yet is not only an indication they don't understand Gaga at all, but it also shows it's an imagination of their part. It's not been solved yet. And since you are even supposed to be in the bottom, because if they don't understand, you don't have a chance of having access to it. Okay, because you're blocked away from it. So there's something in terms of an act of God to say, okay, we're going to give you the solution direct. But you understand? Now, of course, you don't have, you know, but maybe 20% of the background at best, maybe 10%. You know, but we're going to give you anyway. We're going to flash psychologically the equations on your faces, and you're going to absorb some of that. It's going to stay in your mind. So when Jim Crow comes and later on try to steal and say, gee, I found a solution, and the only way they could really find a solution is if they steal this one. And there's a lot of experience to that. So you owe to your creator and yourself to make sure you have this extraordinary privilege of God for you to see reality, and that's what, because it's exactly the ideal thing you've been waiting for, which is a heaven, a state of heaven where you don't have any more problems. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so you know, check. We'll see what we could do with Brother Sai and everything else. But you know,
I'm here. Let's go.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that, you understand, watching the video is not enough.
Yes, sir. I definitely understand that.
Okay, so yeah, so on that note, you know, we don't want to hold you up, but you know, see, you know, but if you stay a couple of hours, you know, we may not be able to be here by then, but we will, you know, try to make another arrangement with John and so on, something. Okay.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
All right.
All righty. Y'all have a good evening, and just in case.
Okay. Okay then. Good evening. John.
No, he has not picked up once. Not him nor Papa Money. Mr. Hearn, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let's go.
Just one second. Mr. Hearn, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Praise God.
Praise God. Okay, so now what I was saying was the human being has a GIJ, meaning it has the material, that's the J, sorry, I, and then the J, the space-time. Okay?
Yes.
All right, now, the connectivity of space-time is what is called the wave, or fundamental called the wave. And so material, on the other hand, is defined within that system. The concentration of that space-time, like you have the bones, the flesh, and things that you can really touch and see. But what controls that whole system is in the wave, which is more like the, it's all space-time J, but in this case, it's a level of space-time that you can't see. But because it exists, and you could feel its existence, it exists in wave, because wave has that characteristics where there are some waves that we can, visualize or feel or smell, but the others we cannot visualize or even feel with any of our senses. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes. Because the search for life in terms of anatomy and physiology has been at the back of every biologist's mind since the beginning of study of biology. But nobody before Gagot was able to define what life is, and that's, you got a verification of that from your doctor that you saw. And when you ask him what is life, he couldn't define it. And I bet he went to a good medical school.
That's
so
correct.
that these are kinds of the mysteries that God reveals through Gaga. Gaga actually defines that within the etas of zero, etas of n. Say everything that is real must be in etas of zero, because that is not visible, must find itself in etas of zero. You can't visualize or use regular senses because our eyes can see things that are massively material.
So, Professor, yeah. So in that instance, if you deal with any problem that has to do with something that can't be seen, you immediately go to eta sub zero, right?
Precisely. That's the realm of existence before materialization. Because we have to go beyond our own senses or our own limitations.
Wait. So when you said earlier, see that Gaga can see within the body. Well, if I look at a human being, I can't see within their body, but I can look at eta sub infinity, and that would take me to the realm of the unseen, which that means I can now see within the body through eta sub infinity, right?
Well, that's
in zero. I mean eta sub zero.
Yeah, eta sub zero. Yes, eta sub zero you can. But you have to understand it. You understand? So therefore,
well, you know what? I found that in the book, because I have the book here, when you do eta sub infinity, eta sub zero, you break it down, there's a G zeros, and there's like a similarity when you break down G01, then there's a similarity then when you break down G02, there's a similarity.
Yes.
But they're different, independent
Yes.
realms, I would think, but they have similarities there, though.
Yeah.
And I mean, similar orders there, I've noticed.
Definitely. Well, that's the whole dynamics of oneness, you know. That's oneness, because you understand we all have a common origin, which is the space-time. So all that we're talking about is all space-time, which is the J or Jah. That's where the definition of God comes out to be the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. People get carried away with the massive objects, you know. You understand? But in reality, what really runs the universe is not visible, you know. And like I was saying, in terms of the so-called Higgs boson, people's names have been thrown on something already, you know, that is obviously not real. You understand? But again, that's you understand. We're so hungry for fame, you know, that we don't even have enough patience. Oh, Higgs boson and all that. Yeah, man, we're searching for Higgs boson. Well, why should you call it Higgs boson? Why couldn't it be somebody else's name for? Could not be Akhenaten boson? You know, that's to be some ethnic. That's greed in terms of, you know, even when you haven't solved the problem yet, you throw a name at it. So I block, you know, you understand? So it's you understand that a lot of that is superficiality, and it, you know, and then it leads to wars. It leads to all these horrible things.
No, I agree, because see, with Gaga, you would get the history, but you would get a unification that would eliminate all of that other stuff. And that's what I feel like. Some people who come to the briefing with prior knowledge, they don't want to give up. See, those theories are deep. Even within the African-centered culture, you got those theories there. You come to the briefing and you don't want to give them up. Yeah. It's almost like a religion.
Yeah, well, so that's you know, that's why we shall overcome, like Reverend Professor King said. You know, we shall overcome, because the point is, this is now heaven. So therefore, there's a material and a wave part, you know, or the space-time part. So the waves are the what represent those that we can't see, you know, subatomic particles and all these others, you know. And when they talk about particles, subatomic particles, that the essence is represented by the G0Js. That's where, you know, the parameters of the particle, which, you know, the same parameters determine the wavelength and the frequencies. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
So therefore, so within that spectrum, there are waves that you can't see, but you know they are there. The live waves belong in that category. That's where the live waves are. And that's why we can't see the anatomy. We can't see it because you can't see that with your naked eyes. You know. So now that defines live waves. But those live waves are glued to our body by God with the blood and the body liquid, other body fluids. And so, and you know, like the setup for Africrogen, where electron must be rotating around the nucleus perpetually, or the electron could be sucked into the core. Do you understand?
Yes.
And the thing collapses. The Africrogen collapses when that happens. Life is like that. How life is glued to our body is like the dynamics with electrons and the representing the wave, and the nucleus representing, the dynamics of the glue itself to our body. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Therefore, there must be a motion, though. If there's no motion, or somehow the dynamics that continues our motion has a problem continuing it, do you understand?
Yes.
The system collapses. And that's what we call death. Do you understand?
Yes.
That is the dynamics of death. Now, in the human system, what keeps the motion going? The glue, which keeps the blood in there, like what keeps the electron in there, in the hydrogen, okay? And then, but there must be a relative motion between the live waves that you can model as an electron and the, and the glue, which is the nucleus. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. But what propels the motion in our body, or that create the relative motion between the light waves and the glue, is and the system. The glue is attached to the body, obviously, and the system is the heart and the brains. Brains propagates information and so on and so forth. All that are part of the system that actually makes the motion possible. Do you understand?
Yes.
The heart pumps the blood, for example. So if the heart is unable to pump the blood, or not enough blood is being pumped because of a negative, a big pressure requirement, or a need, then the live waves, just like electrons, if it doesn't have the proper constraint that keeps it, moving locally in that circular or closed path, it will accelerate. It would actually, either accelerate, go straight on and leave the body, or leave that particular system, or if for some reason the balance is upset, the wave themselves or the electron themselves will also collapse into the system. So either way, the stability is maintained through these proper relative motions, which, among other things, are provided by the pumping of the blood by the heart. Do you understand?
Yes, and these are the dynamics of the flow field, right, of the body?
Exactly. So now you understand the dynamics of death, and then how it could be avoided. So if you could keep on that motion properly, you understand, you'll be well, and you could live. You maintain it. As long as you can maintain it, you'll be fine. Inflammation comes in when there is an obstruction on the path of the flow. Do you understand?
Yes.
When there's an obstruction, what happens is that there will be a build-up of the content of the flow at the point of obstruction. Do you understand?
Yes.
And so what happens is a swelling occurs. That's what, or inflammation occurs. That's what you call inflammation. Is that build up is what is inflammation. Can you see that?
Yes.
Because there's an obstruction on the path of a circulation, or in terms of the motion that is supposed to be occurring perpetual as long as you're alive. Do you understand?
Yes.
And those kind of obstructions are caused like toxins, caused by things like toxins in the system. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when you have a flow field that contains toxins and they're obstructed, then the toxins begin to build up in that location. Do you understand?
Yes. Like a concentration.
Yeah, so, because they're cells, which means that pieces of life associated with them, what happens is that, to build, that's what you call inflammation. They become cancer cells, and they begin, a tumor would develop. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
A tumor would develop from that inflammation. A tumor is nothing but an inflammation, a growth, a bigger size or relative bigger size inflammation. So when that develops, then the whole dynamics of it, a spread would be that the size grows, either in a particular dimension or all dimensions or part of the dimensions. It grows. And what it does physically is to therefore prevent, the flow of the system that life depends on to stay attached to the body. That's what I said when I started. I said, look, this relative motion must continue. If it's obstructed, clearly life is in danger. And the pain, what you call pain that comes along with it, is a warning to the brains, a brains being informed there's a danger to life at either one point or more than one point in the flow field. And as long as that the more there is, the more that one is going to be reaching the brains. And what you call pain, therefore, becomes the warning to the brains about the danger to life. Can you see that?
Yes.
That's not something anybody has explained to you before. Otherwise, you hear somebody who attended the Gaga class. A definition of pain.
Yeah, I remember you said that you were going to give us a definition of pain.
Yeah, well, pain is a warning to the brains to do something about an obstruction to the flow of the life glue, or relative motion between life and this glue. That's what the brains does. I mean, so the message, that is sent keeps on reminding the brain, and that's what really is the pain, until the problem is solved. So eventually inflammation will lead to pain, meaning that the brain will be informed that there's a danger to life, and then, so therefore that is the dynamic. So how was the, I can go more into detail, but you got a picture of what inflammation is then, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, well, so then, but what's the solution to inflammation? Do something that will, will stop the obstruction. But toxins are the culprit when it comes down to cancer, especially. You could have inflammation that is not cancerous. Okay? The difference between cancerous inflammation and the non-cancerous inflammation is the content of the material of the flow. If there's not toxicity or toxins in them, meaning things that are abnormal and they have a lot of problems, and the concentration, because the cells which represents life would be affected and be, you understand? So the cells absorb those toxins, and which is how they're able to behave abnormally, because a toxin makes the cells act differently than its normal sense, so the growth is wild and everything else, and it leads to all this of more obstructions and so on and so forth. Now you could have obstruction, say, to the flow when you have like this kind of season, where you have colds. You understand, when there are germs attacking your system and the white blood cells is sent in there to do battle, and both cells and the bad guys die, and they cause a mucus or now that will affect a flow field and then cause obstruction, and then there will be swelling, there will be inflammation there too. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. That inflammation can cause a lot of problems. It could even, lead into some serious problems, because it will still be an obstruction. And, so you have something like, swellings of all kinds, purse, you have infection, especially when there's an active dynamics with the germs attacking the system and there's fight. You have all kinds of things happening there. You have a swelling, you have, health problems, and you understand. So there are various forms of inflammation. The one with toxicity is the one that, that is associated with cancer. If you don't have a toxicity, in the sense of, being toxins in there, you could still have inflammation, you could have problems, any swelling that you see, that could even come from diabetes or anything that will slow. Sugar can cause obstruction. Okay, sugar in the system, by experience, in terms of a flow field in general, a liquid flow. When sugar is described by molasses. Molasses is part of sugar, and or a form of sugar. So when they talk about the speed of molasses, it's extremely slow. But the flow field in our body, especially the blood and other body fluids, has to be maintained at a certain rate in order to do their job in terms of providing nutrients and keeping the system healthy. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when you bring in sugar or salt, you understand, they will make the pumping of that blood, more difficult. So, so then a problem of blood pressure arises. So blood pressure problems comes, and of course eventually the brain gets informed, and you begin to have headaches. You have brain, all kinds of problems in terms of pains arise now, and so the pain, is really associated with this flow field and obstructions. So so what you need to do is minimize that requirement in terms of make sure the blood is thin enough so it can be pumped with ease by the heart. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the so-called medical science has given the impression, oh, gee, you got to use any number of drugs. The best drug is distilled water. Just like for just like for the toxins. Okay? Water is the cure, is the universal cure for the most part in terms of any condition. Because concentration is what leads any condition to be dangerous. Concentration, the density. So anytime you put water in something, you dilute it. You know, it's a mass per unit volume. So if you have the same volume, or you have a way of even increasing the volume, then the density is going to be less. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens is water is how you increase the volume or how you diminish the density. That's the real process of thinning the thickness to reduce the density is water, distilled water, not mineral water. None of those dense waters is the real water. Do you understand?
Yes, Professor, I was looking at alkaline water because I wanted to know, and I know you explained it the other night, but I wanted to know why was people, but you know, why would people still drink it? They make a fascinating argument. You know, they talk about it's for antioxidants, and you know, you have to do this to your body and this to your body, and it does this, you know, so that those are the arguments that they give. So when you say, well, drink distilled water, how do you counter that argument of it helps with antioxidants? It gives your body antioxidants. And I only bring that up because I actually had somebody in nutrition give a presentation, and that was the whole thing. It was all about antioxidants, antioxidants, antioxidants.
Hold your point there for a second.
Just a second, Mr. Kern, can you hear us?
Yes.
Kern, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. Antioxidants, as defined by the dictionary, is a substance that inhibits oxidation, especially when used to counteract the deterioration of stored food products. But it's also a substance such as vitamin C or vitamin E that removes potentially damaging oxidizing agents in a living organism. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so they said the water, the mineral water it's an antioxidant. You know, in the living organisms. Well, and then it says also that it's supposed to counteract the deterioration of stored food products. Okay? Well, it counteracts the deterioration. First of all, there must be a way to minimize the deterioration of the stored food, right?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, why should that be? That problem that problem could be solved other ways. Isn't that right?
Definitely.
Okay. Now it's also a substance such as vitamin C and E that removes potentially damaging oxidizing agents. Okay. Again, the definitions here are not very clear. So you understand me, because the problem they're addressing is problems created by poor production, practices, or lack of proper quality in the production process or in the handling process. Do you understand?
Yes.
What happens is that kind of convoluted language, you begin to see a sense of a self-fulfillment in the processes. Can you see that?
Yes.
So you bring in mineral water to try to deal with the problem created by poor production and handling techniques used by people who have appointed themselves to take care of that kind of business. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
It's kind of like an aspirin has a side effect. They say go take aspirin. In order to lower blood pressure or to thin your blood so your blood pressure can go down. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it. I get it now.
Oh, yes, and that the inflammation can go down, because if your blood is thin, if there's a thinning of blood, the inflammation that we're talking about before is supposed to it to be less, and the flow can go through that inflammation. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, but then you look at aspirin comes in a solid material, right?
Yes.
It's a pill. So would the aspirin work at all without water, additional water put into it?
Mm-mm.
That's right. So therefore, immediately it tells you that the fundamental solution is the water, because aspirin has no value at all without water added to it. Can you see that?
That's deep.
It's a lot of confusion, and that's why God sent Gaga. See, the guy rapping that stuff to you knows extremely very little. The definition is so cacamamie, it is nothing but it's a self-fulfilling process. Take one medicine so you could, for a condition, they can't even guarantee this medicine is supposed to solve, but also say, in the process, they're creating a new disease or more than one disease. Do you understand?
Yes, definitely.
That's a mentality of profit. That is profit, because see, and that's the dumbness and the lack of understanding of life is what's responsible for that, which is ignorance. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, through Gaga, God reveals it's extremely simple. Okay, if the stores are producing you produce or products, food products that are not good, boycott, get out of their place, go make your own, or go, encourage them to take care of that business so they don't give you deteriorated stored food. Do you understand?
Right, like food with preservatives. Yeah, because they kept saying acidic, it'll make your body acidic. And then what they're saying is the mistakes that we're making on one end, we can cure on the other end. It's almost like, yeah, I get it.
It is a fraud, in effect. It's a fraud, and it's very superficial. It can only hit you when you're superficial. You understand me? Because oxidation is necessary for life. So it makes it sound like oxidation is a bad thing. Do you understand me? Oxidation is not a bad thing. You need, that's what, do you understand me? You need oxygen. And oxidation is how we get energy. Like in the engine, if there's no oxidation in the engine, the car won't have any, there won't be no power. Do you understand? So the food that we eat has to be oxidized in order to produce energy for us to, which is a critical part of our survival. That's why you need air. That's why you can't survive without air, because oxygen is needed. And that's part of the blood. And in reality, the content of the blood is for all practical purposes, ferrous hydroxide. You know, because, and that's what makes it the color, is the oxidation of the iron that's primarily responsible for the color of the blood. Did you know that?
Not pre-Gagut.
That's absolutely right. That only comes from Gaga. So if you're saying you're taking something to prevent oxidation, aren't you really killing yourself doing that?
But I mean, but I'm telling you, Professor, out here, these are superiors. They're professionals. We come to these meetings and there they go, and we're just sitting there like sheep. Antioxidants, antioxidants, and these foods are antioxidants and antioxidants, and this water is antioxidant. And now I'm like, yes, antioxidant. Not me, but I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I'm champion. Yes, antioxidant, because it sounds so right. It sounds so good to make the way they make it seem. Then you bring it right back to sense, and it says, that's so stupid. You're killing yourself. You need, because you broke it down. You said three things. You need air, thirst, and hunger. The first was breathing. Air. You need air. Now we're anti-air.
Yes. You know, so that's what you need to do in order to live forever, is to understand there are three things that's part of the God order that comes through Gaga, because it says, okay, three essential things that keeps your body running forever, which is oxygen, H2O, and minerals, and vitamins. Okay, now those minerals and vitamins are things you get from nature in terms of plants for the most part. Okay, and so when you do that, hey, you're going to be in good shape. Okay, so if you go into some disease developing systems, then what you're really focusing on is, number one, you are endangering life, and your focus becomes a Jim Crow dollar or a dollar, some kind of dollar. Do you understand? You know, and you're making a sacrifice, sacrificing your life for the dollar, because what is indicated here is nothing but profit, and that's what is really being sold. You know, is profit. You know, because we have another disease, so they say, okay, now because the antioxidants will also have, you know, problems. So, you know, okay, but, you know, it says, you understand me? That where's the end? It is a fraud. It's a nasty. That's why the Gaga life-saving briefing is extremely critical, because without Gaga on this kind of dynamics, it's kind of very hard for life to survive, to exist. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Oxidation is a very critical thing in the body, just like oxidation is a critical part of an engine, of a car, anything that moves, anything that is functional, anything that we use in doing anything, there is a level of oxidation. If they don't get it directly, they'll get it somewhere else, you know, indirectly. Do you understand me? The oxidation is a fact of life. In order to produce energy, which is a very critical part of, anytime you burn, it's like saying, go against the burning process to cook food. Do you understand me? You know, you need oxygen to make all that happen. You know, so oxidation is one of the most critical part of existence. there's no oxidation, there's not many things that could survive, you know. And so, you know, which what makes oxygen very, very critical. You know, and then neck and neck with oxygen is the H2O. The H2O calls for H2O. Okay? Just like, you know, the content of the blood are mostly water. So you can't say you have blood if you don't have water. Do you understand?
Yes.
You know, iron, you know, even though they're in trace values, you know, as such, potassium, sodium, any number of those, you know, and then oxygen, because oxygen actually oxidizes it, you know, the iron, and then in a solution of water. So it's ferrous oxide or ferrous dioxide, you know, put in water, you know. So therefore you get like ferrous hydroxide or something. You understand? That's equivalent. That's in reality is approximately, the bonding level might be different in terms of the definition between a mixture and a chemical. But that's the content, the primary content.
I remember they were talking about the pH level too. Something hydrogen, and it's between 0 and 7, and then the alkaline is greater than 7.
Yeah,
they
don't understand anything. In other words, that is stuff you're supposed to do in your food. That's the hunger part. The balancing comes in really in the hunger part, because the pH in the regular water, okay, the regular water is a standard, you know, in terms of H2O. H2O has a standard pH, okay? So that's not the source, you know, unless the water is kind of messed up somehow, you know. But when you have a H2O, a pure H2O as a standard, is when additives comes in. And the process they're recommending, ironically, is how those foreign things come in. Do you understand? So the water that is required by your blood has, you know, the standard water pH. Okay, you know, you understand? And you know, it is when you started adding stuff, that thing you add usually is supposed to come from the process of you getting the vitamins and the minerals. So you watch, in other words, detach all these other things you're putting in the water, put that in your food.
Correct.
Number two, the way they're putting it is not digestible for the most part. It's not digestible. You can't pick like John would tell you. He says, yeah, just because you need iron, you don't just pick up a piece of iron and then swallow it. Do you understand?
Correct.
You know, because that is going to wreck your intestines and your stomach and your lungs and everything else. Do you understand? So now that's for the month, you know, especially when they talk about spring water, because the kind of minerals that are in the spring water are this kind that are not digestible, that you cannot assimilate. Do you understand me?
Correct.
So on the other hand, when you save that for plants in terms of your food, you know, when you get your kale, your vegetables, and so on and so forth, you know, they're full of those dynamics. Okay, you know, kale, you understand, they could give you a great, you know, pH level, you know, for overall. But you don't go putting in minerals in a place where you need H2O. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it now. Basically, they were saying all of that vocabulary, but underlying is still adding in those minerals.
Exactly. You try to put minerals where you need water, and there's, which is like saying you're trying to quench thirst by eating rocks.
Correct. Backwards and illogical.
That you're going to be thirsty forever. If you all you do is try to quench thirst with rocks. Do you understand? It's
Correct.
never going to happen. Just like water cannot replace the vitamins and minerals. Every place that, water cannot replace oxygen either. They are two independent. That's an example of independence. So you don't go and mix them, they're supposed to be different because they don't, you understand, it's very loud and clear. That's a perfect example of independence, independent variables. As far as the functionality or functioning of the body is concerned, those are independent.
So those would be orthogonal, plus it would be found in eta sub 1, right?
Exactly. And we are sure, because what happens is, those are orthogonal in the dynamics that, yes, they are needed, but they are independent of each other. Although you need water to cook the food, but the water in the food is not how you, because that's diluted. That's not water anymore. That's a solution of water and something else. Do you understand? And even though in the final analysis, all those come together in terms of producing a system for convenience of, moving them from one place to another, the content must be multiple. For example, the H2O content must be 70 and above, meaning 70% of the food you eat must be water. I mean H2O. So if you go consuming minerals and you call it water, do you understand? Oh, gee, I drank a cup of mineral water or alkaline water, and you think you've drunk a cup of distilled water or H2O, you're dead wrong. You're going to be having less intake of your water, than you need.
And you're going to be dehydrated too, huh?
You're going to be, you'll be pursuing dehydration in effect. Do you understand?
Yeah, and just like you said with soup, that water in there is just a solution. It's not, that liquid rather is in there. Yeah, it's not.
Just because the water is there in the soup doesn't quench your thirst. You can eat all the soup, and that's, that has some level of water, but it doesn't solve your thirst problem. After you do, even liquor, people tend to drink liquor and say, gee, I'm thirsty, let me drink beer. No, you're still going to be thirsty after, it doesn't matter how much you consume of that. Plus, of course, that's toxicity into your system because it's all kinds of problems.
And liquor and wine, those are minerals too, because those are plants, and then wheat and barley and all that other stuff.
Exactly.
Right?
So those are not water. That's not, they're not primarily distilled water, and they have to be clean. But you have all kinds of toxicity built into these things, and you call it water. That's not water. So that's lack of understanding, obviously. So so therefore, you've seen the dynamics of inflammation. This kind of thing leads to inflammation also, because what happens is, see, the toxicity is one thing, but when you have a pebble on the flow line for the blood, it's going to cause obstruction, and there's going to be swelling. Do you understand? There's going to be inflammation.
Because you don't have the breakdown, right?
Yeah, because first of all, it makes the blood pressure higher, and it's going to cause an obstruction eventually, and then there'll be a swelling. So that's an inflammation. So it's not true. You understand? That's a fraud. What is being said here is a fraud. Because the pebbles are solids that eventually are going to cause inflammation, because they're going to block the flow of the fluid in your body. Do you understand?
Yeah. That's why even sometimes your blood gets clogged, and they call it in your veins, that clogging, that gets there, like almost like plaque in your teeth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a very serious. So that's it by inflammation. Inflammation, there are more than one kind of inflammation. The inflammation that has toxicity in it is the one that is associated with cancer. There are other kinds, any number of conditions that one will have, in diabetics, the sugar causes, is the primary, cause of the inflammation and the swelling and so on and so forth. There's even sometimes when water will build in the tissues and, some problems that could lead to, swellings and so on and so forth, and edema, and so on. So anything that will cause obstructions in the flow field must be minimized, is the bottom line. And, spring water has to be avoided, unless you boil it first, in which case it's going to be going back to the still water. Because you understand, first of all, in this kind of environment with a lot of pollution, you have no guarantee the still water doesn't have toxins in it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that's it now. So then the other thing is the dementia and all that. Those are praise.
And piggybacking on dementia and Alzheimer's, how can you improve your memory too? Like, well, explain dementia and Alzheimer's and how it can be cured, and then how to just in general improve your memory.
Come here and get us the formal definition of those, and then we dementia and Alzheimer's, because you need an actual dementia, and you get spelling from and Alzheimer's. Did you find it? 5.1. I have to bring my some of those windows. So it doesn't.
Ern, are you there?
Yes, I am.
The definition for dementia is a chronic or persistent disorder of the mental processes caused by brain disease or injury and marked by memory disorders, personality changes, and impaired reasoning.
Okay. That's dementia.
Did you hear that, Ern?
Yes.
The definition for Alzheimer's is progressive mental deterioration that can occur in middle or old age due to generalized degeneration of the brain. It is the most common cause of premature senility. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
So that's problem. Those two problems, kind of related, obviously. In the sense that they're associated with the brains. But and they didn't go into real specifics, other than use broad terms like a degeneration. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So again, it's related to what I was telling you with regards to commercialization of things, or a concept that is based in its focus on profit. Do you understand? The whole idea of making money is in terms of selling something to you is, number one, to convince you are incompetent in terms of you do not understand the problem, and thereby you couldn't provide a solution to it. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Now that's what God has busted through Gaga. I never heard in Africa anything about Alzheimer's or dementia. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I hear about people, they will say, okay, you're kind of slowing down because of age. But when usually before they start talking like that, they talk about you in your over 100 years. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, that's not something, because the African concept is contradictory to these dynamics. You don't you don't diminish with age, especially in your wisdom. That's why the elders are respected. Do you understand?
Yes.
So it is contradictory to say the elders' brains becomes non-functional or being problematic. Do you understand that? Within the African concept, do you understand?
Right.
Okay, so then what happens? A lot of the elders who transform on, in all cultures, but especially in African setting, has to do not so much because of health problems, including Alzheimer's and dementia and all that. It is the isolation, one of losing their contemporaries, their friends, and the people in their generations. Do you understand? Who were caught up, who have been caught up in that process by the dumbing of humanity that is going on right now in these dynamics. Do you understand?
Yes.
And so it's absence of Gagot which is responsible for all this. If you follow the guidelines of Gagot in terms of Gagotical way of life and, following the principles of Gagot age of intelligence, which is God in terms of life and heaven, you won't have any of these problems. And every day you see them actually multiplying the problems, because part of the multiplication of the problems is what I was talking about before, in terms of you take one medication and you have sometimes as much as 10 side effects that could each develop into a condition itself. Do you understand?
That's right. That's right.
So what it does is, it is a principle of profit, because that means you have 10 ways to make money and possibly multiply your profit by a factor of 10. Do you understand? With one medication. That is what is supposed to be the basis of the so-called economy. That's why it's a fraud. It's not an economy. In the process, life is being used, or life is being destroyed. That's the basis of why we have been unable to attain eternal life, because people who don't know better are appointing themselves as the leaders. So when you talk about fear, that is what should be the focus of the fear, in terms of saying that problem needs to be resolved. Do you understand me?
Yes.
All right. They have no idea what is in the brain, and that's why if you look into the cryptic message, again, John, I think I'm going to need you to, because it's a progressive mental deterioration. Perhaps it came from the deterioration of the food in the store, as was mentioned before. Do you understand me?
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that it had to be a combination of what's going on in the environment as far as the system that they've set up, meaning Jim Crow. It has to come from them.
Yes, there's nothing that says the brain. It is stupid to say the brain was designed to degenerate. God's brain did not degenerate. Does God's brain degenerate? The God brain is invariant. Do you understand me? There's no room for degeneration there. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, it goes. Yeah, I get it now. It goes all the way back to what you were saying about this whole life ending. It's a focus on death. That's why I was telling my mom, stop focusing on death. Yes. And I had to move her in the right direction.
Yes. This is the answer. This is, in other words, that's why you must be in this briefing. If you understand the God order that says life is holy because it's created by God, and as also a result of being created by God, since the Creator is for eternity, there's no reason why the life cannot be for eternity. The transformation is not necessary from the way you've been created before. I mean, to move from where you are now to another, because you're not going to really disappear. You're going to transform. But when you transform back into the sand. You understand me? Why would you be, deteriorated into a sand when you could be a human being and have that part of the sand work for you and you enjoying your life? Why? Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, I remember you mentioned in another briefing, you said that that your bones, they'll turn back to the minerals, and then when another person comes along, they'll eat and inhale you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I
never heard that. I never heard it like that.
Yes, well, that's the bottom line. That's what is governed by the transformation, because you never disappear. You don't get lost. you get into, see, the oxygen that we, or the carbon dioxide that we breathe out, the plant takes that and they thrive. Do you understand? So, and we get oxygen which they push out, we we consume that and we are alive. Do you understand me? So that's the thing. So would you rather be like the plant, although you could live it? So therefore, and what the plant can do, we have a lot of ingredients from the plant. We're supposed to do what is done by the plant, especially lasting for 2,000 years. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
It is this stupidity that God has declared war on that is obstructing our eternal lives. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is not a joke. This is extremely serious. Okay? And when they put Alzheimer, they have their name associated with it and their vocabulary. So it will go back to some kind of European guy that did it. He's supposed to have done it first time. Oh yes, whatever his name was, did penicillin, and as if there was no antibiotic before penicillin.
Well, you know what? It's all based on those theories. It's all based on those wrong theories.
It's a fraud, in other words. So you have to be very careful of that. That's why Gagotical medicine, when you have a Gagotical way of life, of course, they will still take a gun and try to shoot, you understand me, and kill. And this is that the only thing can be produced is what we're getting, which is hell. But God has ordered that hell shut down. Okay? In the way that God does it, without killing lives, because the only thing they know is how to destroy lives and threaten people and make people do wrong things because their lives are threatened. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
What I was explaining the other time and needs to be emphasized today, see, fear has its place. If we were to fall, for the fear of the tiger, human being would have been extinct. Or if fear is going to make you stop breathing, do you understand? Because somebody because somebody will shoot you or have you jailed or take your job away from you, therefore he says, don't breathe, and you say, yes, I'm not going to breathe. Again, you're committing suicide because you're going to die. And what such a bastard will do to you cannot be worse than taking your life. But he's persuaded you to take your own life. So, but he didn't create the life. He's so dumb, he will not understand. He doesn't understand life. Why would you be persuaded to go along with such an ignorance? To the contrary, you have to teach such a person. You have to take up your position as a teacher.
Now, Professor, I've heard things like that, things that slow memory, because they are super. They use psychology in tormenting people and even tormenting the population. So one thing is to deprive people of certain things, and that will slow down and hurt your memory, like isolating you and different things like this. How can you have a greater memory? Because my memory is a little not as great as I wanted it to be. They say use things like mnemonics to remember people's names. I have a hard time remembering people's names. How can you help your short-term and long-term memory?
Well, okay. You see, again, if they were, you have to be gagotical. Gagotical proves to you that it's all space-time. Do you understand?
Yes.
And that therefore the brain has a GIJ. And then the functionality of the brains are tied into the GIJ. See, it's like, what does a straight line do? Well, a straight line allows a motion that goes straight up. In other words, It's a representation of an entity. It's a function that keeps things straight. In other words, no deviation. That's a constant angle, and there's no bending, no curvatures. Do you understand? So
Yes.
So that's what the function of a straight line is. Means something that allows a motion that goes straight without a curvature. That's the function. But the function is also a function of one dependent variable over another independent variable. Where you could express them like eta sub 0. Do you understand? That's a straight line. Do you understand?
Yes.
So then, out of straight line, you see the wavefront of a propagating system of linear waves will be going along a straight line to have a constant speed, the wavefront. So then, therefore, it is from that geometry, it's the geometry that determines the function of any system. That's what you need to understand. Let me go over that again.
Yeah, because I remember in the book you start off with in the Gaga book that deals with the radicalization of mathematics.
Yeah.
You start off with a function immediately.
That's right. Because the word function, when it comes to applied science and all that, especially in biology and all that, comes from the geometry, which is a dependent variable being a function of another dependent variable or other dependent variables. Because it's the deformation of the space contained by any particular material that defines the function of that material. Do you understand?
See, I got to slow down because I'm thinking of the functions of 0 that we got to have. So I keep thinking, how do I get these functions? I got to understand function a lot.
Yeah, well, that's another course that you could you could get started. And John can deal with some of the initial stuff, unless you could take it in a good school around you. We have to give you a Gagotical dynamics. But again, sometimes because of the background that you already have, we have to get you until you begin the transition into Gagotmatics. So we have to use your concept of mathematics to give you a sense of function. But function is what G2j is. It's a function. G2j is a function, and that function is geometry, because you tell the shape and what's in the system, both the domain and the range and everything else, and you defines the geometry. But that geometry is not static. It changes from space to space point to this point, and as well as time point to another time point. So what happens is either by nature or a combination or by external dynamics, that deformation, the deformation of the space that contains that material stuff, the deformation is what determines its function. But the deformation is the dynamics of the function, the geometric dynamics of the function. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when you have x depending on y as a straight line, for every x, you could determine a y. Okay? Now, not only could you do that, the slope is a constant when it's a straight line. So you're going to stay on that slope, and for a given x, you will determine, the corresponding y. And then, but it's according to that formula, which is a mapping from the independent space to the dependent space. Do you understand? So, but it's geometry. But that's what is the geometric function, but it's also what defines the purpose of that system, or what benefits is derived from that system. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The same way, for you to understand the function, because you're asking me a question about the brains, you need to know the GIJ, meaning you have your snapshot, which you get from so-called anatomy, but physiology is studied separately. But in Gagot, it is studied together. And when you study anatomy and physiology together, you will definitely see the function.
Professor, next year, that's what we gotta have that. We gotta have a study of Gagotical engineering, a study of Gagotical biology, a study of those specific,
yes.
Those are the type of courses, because at that point you got the real intelligence to make a living off of, because you got the real intelligence, and you can go in any company and have Gagotical knowledge and therefore add value, or not even go into a company, but I mean, create your own company or something like that.
Yes. Well, that's, in other words, that's the whole purpose of Gaga, which is, but you see, as you go into that, you have to return back to yourself, which is why you need a correction. Do you understand me? First, you correct your position, your reality, by yourself, for yourself. Do you understand? Then move on to your families, because you have to reestablish your confidence in yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's after that you will know, for example, that Wikipedia is a fraud. It does not say anything good about Black people. Do you understand?
And nothing about Gaga.
That's the summary of how you know it is a devil's. And they don't hide it. They say they are right wing. So you don't expect them to say anything good about Black people, but because you don't have a confidence in yourself yet, you just go in there and you're stuck with that, because you can't have enough confidence to say, gee, that's not meant for me. I have to develop mine, and it has to be more powerful than Wikipedia, because you are more intelligent. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I'm on Gagotical engineering too.
Everything, there's nothing, I mean, that's what was used in designing the cell for the Pentagon. You understand me? So that's what I'm telling you. But if you don't go and understand that, and then tell the other people that, hey, just like Carver, you understand, Carver saved their life, they would have perished in the South. So you can't disrespect who saved your life and call them slaves and all this bullshit, and you go along with it.
That's right.
Because you are afraid? No, you are afraid of what? You are afraid because you've been pretending to be dumb. So now that shackles have been broken off your system, you need to shake them off, that's all. To now wear your true self. You've been wearing a cloak of 3/5 of a human being. That's the basis they will sell this bullshit to you. Alzheimer's, all this bullshit every day, new diseases coming and so on and so forth. From people who have no clue what such a system, they don't even know life. And if they don't, John, come and put up the cryptic message.
Yeah.
So
break that down. It's nothing but bullshit. Yeah, break that cryptic message down even more.
Well, you will see, where it says Oyibo issues influence the presidential election, and Black people still don't know that that's what happened. Now, after 2 terms, now they're talking about, well, we're gonna, so you're gonna go backwards. That's because you haven't found time for Gagot. You do not see that it can only be Gagot. Everything else goes down to the archives if you want to keep memory of them. They're bullshit.
That's right. Bullshit. In the archives in the museum to look what it used to be.
So, you understand? So you got to see, you know, the
No, I can't get screen share.
Because of not on there.
No, I can't put up the actual picture of the LOPH.
Okay.
This is what I want. Just 1 second.
So is there any quick thing that I can do to just help my memory though?
No, yeah, well, but I have to explain things for you first. I have to explain the brains for you first. You know, where you get the the dynamics for the Alzheimer's and dementia and all that. Okay, and then yeah, in other words, you also have to see how. Okay, now
it's not up here. Like I said, there's no screen share option.
Okay, well, maybe he could pull up his and then we'll go over.
Hearn, can you put in Gagut space LLPH on your browser?
Yes, 1 minute. Tell me again.
Gagut space LLPOH. I want you, once you put that in, to go to the search mode for images on Google. And the very first image will be that particular page of the LLPOH.
Yes, 1 second.
Something's crashed here. I don't know what.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay. All right.
And I'm worried about started the same thing that happened.
Okay. First, you go to the middle there where it says, will Oyibo issues influence the presidential election?
Let me see.
It's in the middle.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah. Wait. Because I got it blown up and I can't.
Yeah, blow it, and then scroll it down.
Yeah, it's hard to scroll it down, but it's okay. I get it. 1 second. Let me just see right quick. Oh, Will, there it is. Will, I got it.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is there from Jim Crow, and Black people have not been able to believe it. Do you understand?
Yeah. Why would anybody ever say something like that? I mean, pre-Gaga, nobody would ever say, would Jesse Jackson influence or something like this.
That's very interesting, you said. Now, in California also, are you familiar with the name Dan Dellums?
No.
Dellums I think it was from California. Now there's you know who the present mayor of Oakland is?
No.
Okay, these are some of the things, because there used to be some powerful individuals from California there, and at some point you have to find out who they are, or even if they're retired or whatever, because this is the time now to really engage in communications with them. Because see, the whole dynamics of refining ourselves again through Gaga, which is what is done here. Okay, would Oyibo issues influence the presidential elections? Now, it's not only that, it says, Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. So it says here, it's okay. It says, should they? Is it
possible to invest in a GAOIBO related IPO, which is international public offering?
That's finances. That's stocks. Economy. That's stocks. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. That's when you first go public.
Well, but you understand, that's the whole thing. Now everybody's afraid of their livelihood, and as a result are trying to stay away from Gaga. That's an irony. You go in the wrong direction. There's only one direction you go, which is God, in terms of a Gagotical direction. That's the only way you go. You can't be running away from Gaga for any reason. That's wrong. Can you see that, Brother Sai?
Yeah, you got to run to the knowledge.
That's right. You can't. It's running away from Gaga. It's running away from God. And anything else you run into in opposite direction to God is the devil.
Yeah, that's why they try to pump within the last 10 years, this last decade, they're really pumping this atheist thing, and it's really in opposition to Gaga.
Yeah, but as you can see, Gagot is still standing. So now, therefore you have politics and then economics. They see Gagot in both of those. Do you understand?
Yep, the presidential election, and then the IPO, politics, and then economics.
Okay. Now, is there
temptation there?
Yeah, try this way.
Is confluence of Thomas Hobbes and continental philosophy a frontier of scientific research topic?
Okay.
Could mu law algorithm be a leading indicator?
Okay.
Would anyone care?
Okay.
Is GAOIBO a topic worth exploring in the context of theory atomist? Is the methodology for assessing GAOIBO valid?
Okay.
What about funding GAOIBO?
Okay.
Was any support given?
Okay.
Is there a thread of justification for GAOIBO in a synchronous operation synthesis?
Okay.
Did scientific data published for GAOIBO indicate a role for trimline telephone?
Okay.
Is that an accepted interpretation?
Mm-hmm.
Would the German literature theory withstand peer review?
Okay.
Would instrument calibration reveal a different outcome for GAOIBO?
Mm-hmm.
What published calculations?
Mm-hmm.
How much of GAOIBO is implied by Ampere?
Mm-hmm.
Can theology contribute to identifying appropriate strategies?
Mm-hmm.
Would massive GAOIBO related phenomena cause a global Earth system change?
Mm-hmm.
Would combining it with a propagation mode cause any problem?
Mm-hmm.
What information can be inferred from GAOIBO about other processes?
Mm-hmm.
Does a science of GAOIBO matter?
Mm-hmm.
To whom?
Mm-hmm.
Is there some aspect of GAOIBO which will impact our biological destiny?
Did you hear that?
Yes, but
Okay.
we gotta break down each one of them. I used to hear this cryptic message, and then it didn't really. But each one I see has a real significance. Each one of those lines.
Yeah. The next one is the one I'm hoping you're listening to.
Okay.
Will GAOIBO contribute towards understanding how the brain works?
Now that is I want you all to digest. That.
Well, I know before they kept my knowledge is when they kept speaking about consciousness. Where does consciousness come from? Where does consciousness come from? And DNA and the brain and consciousness. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing about from the last 10 years.
Just 1 second, sir.
Well, read the remainder and then get back to that.
To continue is, does G. A. Oyibo or T. Carrier shed any light on answering if we can live forever? Does G. A. Oyibo help in explaining why we sleep? Grand Unified Theorem, discovery of the theory of everything and the fundamental building block of quantum theory, by Gabriel A. Oyibo. A valuable addition to your personal collection. Definitely worth considering right now, as you can see in front of you. Hearn, Mr. Hearn, did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Did you see what I just read?
Yes, sir.
This is what you have to understand is the cryptic message, but we're going to go into further depth about the particular statements you were talking about. Specifically, will G. A. Oyibo contribute towards understanding how the brain works?
What message does he get from that?
What message do you get from that, Mr. Hearn? That statement, particularly. In terms of when you hear, well, G. A. Oyibo contribute towards understanding how the brain works, what do you get from that statement? For example, what does that tell you about their current status of understanding how the brain works?
Well, as of now, you know, you have diseases in the brain that they can't stop. You have dementia, you have Alzheimer's, you have Lou Gehrig's disease. You know, you have all of these mental diseases that they built industries on, and you know, at this moment they're at a loss. They're at a loss of where does consciousness come from, brain damage, and these different things. Where does the senses come from, and how does the brain control sense of smell, sight, touch, you know, and taste? So they want to know, what does Gaga say about brain knowledge that can give us clarification on all these diseases that we have no idea. We only have a theory on. We don't have no idea how to cure these things. We just know how to treat them, but not necessarily cure them. We have these philanthropists who put up buildings, and we put their names on them all over doctors' offices. But that's it. We just examine them, and then we give projections. 20 years from now, this will be, we hope to have a cure.
Just 1 second, Mr. Hearn. Just 1 second, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hearn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so now what is okay? Would Oyibo contribute to the understanding how the brain works. Just that statement. Now, this is coming from the real intelligent source for Jim Crow. Do you understand?
Yeah, the institutes, those institutes, the Heritage Institute, all of these institutes that are behind.
All the intelligence. Those are the real people, not the ones that you understand, that don't know anything. These are people who are the brains behind the system. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay, so
the think tanks.
That's right. These are the ones that provide guidance for the CIA and all the intelligence communities. Do you understand? They have a website. Maybe they're now classified or what? You know, they have a website. Do you understand?
The website was llph.org.
Okay.
You can see that at the bottom of the particular page that's in front of you, the picture.
So LLOPH, how you know it is a government is, what does that represent? Basically, the Constitution, right?
Yes.
Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Isn't that supposed to be the essence of the Constitution?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the government. That's the European supremacy, in effect. Can you see that?
I can see it.
Yes.
So doesn't that show how the black people are out of their minds to either ghettoize Gagot or try to say Gagot is trivial? Doesn't, you know, when you see this kind of contrast, what does that tell you, Hearn?
Well, they know that superior people only deal with superior people. They don't have time for nonsense. So they see you as ultimate superiority. So if black people have to see you in the same light and see this in the same light.
Yeah. Well, so
then there's no room for ghettoizing or ghettoizing Gaga, is there?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Well, but see, and what he calls ghettoizing is the dynamics of how a struggle occurs. Do you understand? Ghettoizing is like, a brother falls off the bridge and you were skillful enough to have a nice rope tied to the top of the bridge and you slide yourself down into the water to try to rescue him. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's happening is that and probably another brother that's going to use some kind of lever to roll you all together out of the water. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, what I'm saying is a practical way of resolving a problem like that. Do you understand?
Yes.
Especially if you can have some kind of a lever system where you could roll that, that rope, with the necessary kind of system, it can be done. So you go down and then you latch onto the brother, and because he had nothing to latch onto previously, he's going to be dragging you by his own weight, although there's buoyancy and all that, but he's going to be dragging you down. Now, so the drag down is part of the ghettoization. Because, his problem is a challenge to a solution. What you're providing is a solution. But the challenge to that solution process is to stop you from solving the problem. Do you understand?
Oh, wow.
You understand?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Now, that's what is called ghettoization. Now, if he was conscious, he would be more cooperating. The person that's drowning will be more cooperating. And usually in the situation, some people have already lost hope altogether. and they kind of more supporting the death call or the danger to their lives more than they're willing to support the call back to life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now that's what John calls ghettoization. Because, and you see, because if a rational process exists in that moment, there's a God set up already to rescue that life. But, you know, whatever little consciousness is left of the person drowning must be geared towards that activity of returning them back to life. But unfortunately, that does not happen automatically. As a matter of fact, there's a tendency of opposition, like I just said. The weight of the person is going to add to that opposition to the, because if the person has no weight or doesn't have a lot of weight and you just hook onto them, and then, the dynamics that is helping push you upstairs, or you trying to kind of climb the rope upwards, which is a bigger challenge, especially if you have someone attached to you. Do you understand?
Yeah. Or even if you have the ability to counteract the weight, or to even have an even much better chance of resisting against the weight for coming down for gravity, in certain ghettoization cases, you can have the person whom you're trying to save trying to even break free the ropes even after the rope has caught them before they hit the ground.
Yeah.
In other words, still trying to free themselves from the rope so they can hit the ground. That's part of the problem of ghettoization. Even when you're in the process of rescuing them, they're still fighting to get themselves killed. You understand that, Hearn?
Yes.
Well, what happens is, in other words, the resistance in terms of the weight, is a problem. Now, what is the equivalent of the weight? The weight in that case is the indoctrination by Jim Crow. Weight comes from inertia. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Woodson, have you seen a book by Woodson?
Dr. Woodson, have you heard of him, Mr. Hearn?
Yes. The Miseducation of Negro.
What do you know about that book? Do you know anything about that you could talk about in terms of the cover or illustration?
You said the Miseducation of Negro?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Do you remember anything about that book in terms of the cover, any illustration? Anything that springs to mind about iconic imagery?
I know one image shows a woman with like a lock around her or something like that.
That's correct.
That's correct. You got pretty much the essence, but did you ever wonder about that cover in terms of what it actually signifies?
Yes. Why the woman? Why not the man?
I mean, I could say it now, but I didn't want, when I seen it, I didn't know. No, when I first seen it, I could say it now, but no.
What would you say now?
Did you pay attention? Did you ask yourself the question, why did they, or for that matter, did the sisters, have you seen sisters actually protesting that, say this is a feminine problem?
No.
What does that tell you? Can you, so therefore, what does that mean? What can you supposed to read from that? If you don't see black women actually going and say, hey, this is not right. Why didn't you use a man and a woman? Why did you have to use just a woman?
For that book, it's hard for me to know a lot of sisters that read that book.
You just answered the question. You just answered the question.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Like, well, they're so mentally enslaved, they're not even they're just so miseducated. Yeah. We
love them though. We love them a whole lot. They do miracles in their own way.
Yeah.
But their position is, you live today to fight tomorrow, something like that,
or go along to get along, even if it's to the detriment.
Yes, go along to get along and have eye on the prize. That's what the babies need to survive. So if you have to, you know, throw out the father in order for Jim Crow to give you some crumbs to raise the baby. These are extraordinarily horrible things to people. You understand me? Well, hey, that's what goes on, right?
Yeah, they're looking at the real wives of Atlanta and you know yeah, they're worried about that right now. They're not really sitting, and if they're gonna read a book, it may be you know, some ghetto trash or something like that, you know, but that's not them. It's just that's what makes it popular. You know, they're just following along. You know, they're gonna read what's the guy named Steve Harvey, you know, think like a man, act like a woman or something, you know. Yeah, but they're not gonna be looking at they're not worried about the miseducation of a Negro, a 70-year-old book. They're not and damn the cover, they ain't worried about the cover at all, because they walking right. They're not even going to that section of the bookstore.
Well, John is going wild.
Well, the truth is real. The truth is real.
John is going wild because of you.
The truth, the sisters are cute, are queens, but you know, we know how the system has treated them. They're not, yeah.
Well, but you see, so the good side of all that is, hey, they do miracles to raise us, right? We're here, right?
Hey, we need them and we love them. So,
absolutely.
I mean,
you know, the point is they can point out and say, hey, without doing that, you won't be here. You know, so hey, but
look, I'm on Gaga so I can get as many sisters as I can. So yeah.
Exactly, and which is part of the dynamics we're talking about in terms of okay, you know, that's obviously ghettoization of Gaga. That's what we're saying here. So it's really the whole inertia to that process is summed up in not knowing. That's a better word of saying it, a way of saying it, or not understanding it, or not knowing what we're talking about. And also that, hey, but it has consequences. If I come and sit to Oyibo's class, you understand, look, they blew up 100 people in an airplane in Nigeria for putting Gagot on a stamp.
Exactly.
You understand? Reverend Professor Ingram was destroyed in Miami-Dade County because he forced them to recognize Gagot and get black people some respect in the KKK state of Florida. So he was assassinated, Reverend Professor Ingram.
The one that brought you out, right?
Oh yeah, he brought me there
and gave you a proclamation.
A proclamation, and he went into the church. He did everything. You understand? And when they were when it was at the point of reading the proclamation, they purposely hid the proclamation from him, even though it had been adopted already and signed off. It becomes a resolution. When it comes to announcing it, these KKK folks still hid it from him and they gave him a wrong proclamation to announce. That was supposed to be a joke. It wasn't a joke. That's exactly how they felt. So they grudgingly released it, and they were cracking up and saying, man, just like the KKK piece in the Yale piece. That's like what that was like. Do you understand?
Yeah, I see it.
So when you see KKK, you say, wow. In other words, it was an act of God, this that happened. That act of God is what we call Gaga.
No, they get a kick. They love laughing.
They were laughing. It's all caught on the videotape. And that's all when they read that, they see the KKK. You who read it fast or don't pay attention, you don't know what it means. It means it's an act of God. This would never have happened. Okay? But an act of God called Gagot forced them because they can't fool around with my infinite intelligence.
That's right. Get them.
That's right. Well, because then, they and a lot of things that happened that I said, but this is the highest level of their intelligence. Okay. Throwing out what is called, I think there were 34 of them. The 34, what might be called critical questions about Gagot in terms of Oyibo. Do you understand? Now, black people are still fooling around and thinking this is some kind of Kaaba or coming and say, yeah, man, we're rubbing shoulders. You understand?
Professor, I want to know, because I know you went through all 34 of those. They talked about an algorithm in there. They talked about synchronizing. And I know you know about each one of, and they serious as a heart, because you called this a lamination. They're serious as a heart attack about these things.
Exactly. See, so, but for this case here, when they said, will G.A. Oyibo contribute to the understanding of how the brain works? From that question, it tells you they do not know how the brain works. That's what it means. Number two, they have not even like finding Gij, comma J equal to 0, which is far more complicated than how the brain works. Did you know that?
Say that again.
The finding of the unified theorem, the God Almighty's grand unified theorem, the revelation of it was the ultimate, in other words, it was an answer to the most ultimately, the thing with the ultimate difficulty, the most serious difficulty to understand.
And that was just one thing, because when you found, I thought that was the only thing when I first found out about Gaga. I was like, wow, he solved, because that was their thing, solved the unified field. But the thing is, now you said the known forces, the unknown forces, and then it's a third one. It's a third one that you said that you know through Gaga. So that's that. It was at first it was just the known forces. Then you solved the unknown forces, and then it was a third category that you already solved.
Absolutely.
Even ones you didn't even know about, you solved those too.
Exactly.
So that's amazing.
Well, but so therefore now, so if you have understood that obviously the brain, how the brain works is trivial. Can you say that?
Of course.
It's trivial because the brain is only a little piece of that. So you understand.
And I remember you explained consciousness on the show before.
Yeah.
And then that's their whole thing. Where does consciousness come from?
They have
about
no
the brain?
clue what the consciousness is. See, that's the point. So back to dementia and all this. So obviously, anything that based on lack of understanding of the brains, that's supposed to be solving a problem of the brain, just like any medical science that is based on not knowing the definition of life, can be much of a help. Can you see that?
Yes.
How much? I mean, you don't know. You understand what you could be doing because you don't know what.
It's all theories.
You
don't know.
Is at best a hit and miss. So you could be hitting life, and that's what saying thinking you protecting. And that comes, in other words, when God actually told me to just ignore what has existed so far, so as to approach a real medicine, which is Gagotical medicine.
Okay, now I see, because I remember even getting the equation itself. God said, look at me.
That's right.
So you have to ignore all the other things. So that's one. Okay, so now I get a process in something specific. If you go into something specific like medicine, you can't go into it reading and you get confused. No, ignore that.
That's an understatement. You're gonna end up like they ended up, right, and have nothing. That's what God showed, because if I was to go on the abelian, CERN or churn, thing like Dasgupta went out, I've ended up like Dasgupta. Do you understand? We'll probably meet at a meeting, and he will see me as a Hapsi. That's the name they call black people in India. Hapsi or Dalit, or Dalit has some wavy hair. Hapsi is the one with our kind of hair. Understand? With a nice afro and everything else. You understand? Those are the Hapsis. That's the real origin of people. So they would have just, you'd have just seen me as another Hapsi, and so on, and no problem, but at least say, oh, gee, you did on abelian churn. Oh, I did too, do you understand me? No, but so I had to abandon that. Some of them I didn't even bother reading. Do Do you understand me? Because there's no point. You understand? Why would I go on a path that ended up on a dead end? You understand?
like the other losers.
That's where you end up. So therefore, so you have somebody that doesn't understand the brain and is trying to analyze Alzheimer's for you. In the process, he's selling your products already. He's making money off you. What you're going to be expecting is horror. You understand? You know, what he will simply write off as a side effect. And, you know, the law permits them to just read some phony baloney thing after they push all those bullshit to get money from it and say, well, you know, it has all these side effects. The side effects are such a horrible thing that, you know, just considering one of them will be a bigger condition than the condition you're trying to solve. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
One
Some
of them,
say you may lose your leg, blindness,
exactly.
sperm count at a -0.
Okay. When I first evaluated the one option for the healing, the cure for AIDS, and I had a doctor, a PhD in, I've forgotten the field, either, oh God, either lab technology or one of those pathology or something like that. You know, people who do lab work and so on and so forth. Pathology might be, you know, more in the dynamics of, you know, bodies, you know, human bodies and so on and so forth. But this one is people who evaluate dynamics of producing medications, you know. So, and once the formula was together, and the first thing I asked for myself is, you know, the concern about side effects. What if this goes into the human system? Would it do any harm beside the healing that it produces? That was what preoccupied my mind, which is very much consistent with the African philosophy. The African philosophy, you know, had weapons. They built weapons, military weapons. But before they put it out to be used, they have what is called a law. A law means antidote, something that can undo it. Do you understand?
I understand. That's great.
Yeah. So therefore, they will.
That's thinking ahead.
Absolutely. In other words, the antidote has to be provided first before you allow the usage of that system. The non-blacks rather see the additional profit in the problems created by the situation.
Almost like using chemo.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's not chemo is just the one that they focus on. Everything they give you has that similar thing. There's always side effect and everything. So now here I'm agonizing, and some of the things that I was saying in that particular, so this must have been 2001 or somewhere there, you know, and some of the things that I was saying were trivial things. In other words, what would the thing do? You know, touches an organ, and that was a concern for me. Okay, it was a concern for me. So arriving back at using distilled water as a primary focus was in part because some of the options that are still available would have some side effects. But you know, then you understand, you have to really prove such side effects are so trivial, you know, and that will not cause any further problems, you know, that major, and you know, and so that's why those other options are, you know, put on the sideline for the moment. You understand? So now, so the brain has, so what's the brain? First of all, to understand the brain, you have to know the content of the brain. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Which is the material part. That's the I part. You got to know what you see visibly. What's the content? And the most dominant content of the brain is H2O. Did you know that?
Not before Gaga.
Not before Gaga, is right. 72%, 73% of the brains is distilled water. So again, that's a problem for people advocating mineral water. Do you understand? You understand?
That's gonna cut into that industry.
Okay, so therefore, for Alzheimer's, one of the things the elderly are known to be forgetful of drinking water, or they don't have a likeness for water. Most of the cause of death for elderly people are caused by dehydration. Do you understand?
I didn't know.
Oh yeah. Well, dehydration is a very serious killer. And if you go by all this nonsense about metal water or alkaline water, you could end up being dehydrated. And water and air are on equal foot in terms of their seriousness. The reason you can live longer, after you stop drinking water, compared to oxygen, after you start inhaling, after you stop breathing, is because water is stored in our system. You understand? So, because your brain can't function without water at all. So the water is stored in there. Our system doesn't store oxygen like it stores water. Do you understand? So,
yeah.
Because if you allow the water that is stored to be totally used up or peed out, at that moment you can't survive more, than your survival time for the stopping of the breathing. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So therefore, oxygen and H2O are of equal significance for the body, because the biggest part of the brain is distilled water. That's H2O. The biggest part of the blood is distilled water at about 83%. Do you understand? 72 for the brains, 83 for the blood, and 92 for the lungs. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So therefore, if you don't have this H2O, your lungs won't be able to take in air, so you won't be able to breathe. So therefore, absence of water can, lead to a stoppage of oxygen from going to your system. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. So therefore, what's the solution for Alzheimer and dementia? Water, H2O. Flood your system. Even if you have to wear some diaper, go ahead and do it. Yeah, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. There's nothing that says God says we can't pee. You understand me? That's see, people, look at things very superficial. Gee, I don't want to solve no. Come on, get real. It's all about washing yourself. Both
my grandmother is 93. I'm about to call her after this.
She calls her what?
I said my grandmother is 93, and I'm about to call her after this. I've been telling her to get on the distilled water, but I'm gonna let her know why. I'm gonna let her know it'll cure dementia, and Alzheimer's.
Well, praise God to hear about your grandmother, and you might be surprised to see you might get cooperation from her. They're better than younger ones. Younger ones wants to keep size 0 and all these other things, and they're doing crazy things. You understand? You understand? You understand? My grandmother reminded of Lena Horne. They're kind of similar, kind of dynamics.
Yeah, mine looks exactly like that too. Really,
okay.
Really light like that. Yeah.
Yes, and she was cooking food. Rice for me at maybe about 110 years, or certainly over 100. I would go over and visit her. Yeah, so you understand. So therefore, the first resolution to dementia is to stay away from Jim Crow dynamics in terms of medications and food. You have to know what's going on to the food that you eat, but then go basic in terms of the gagotical food, not only what is called, because the whole dynamics of calling something organic, again, like you said of the distillers, how do you know it's a real distilled water? You really don't know until you start producing it yourself. So the same thing with agriculture in terms of the food. You can't count on these people because you brought in agriculture literally to this country, okay, and anywhere else, okay. That's why Carver, I mean, any claim to the contrary would have been disproved by Carver being the only one that could provide food for the people in the South. Do you understand? So, you know, they didn't even understand the crop rotation. They didn't understand some basic thing like that. So they couldn't really understand much of agricultural science. Do you understand?
Oh wow, yeah, that's exactly. They at each point they were starving at each century.
Okay, so again, that's how you understand what is really black power or the blessing of God through the black people. Black power had Jim Crow in the corner. That's how they should understand that we're not like them in terms of, oh, gee, any opportunity there is to destroy life, we'll go find it and use it. That's dumbness, you know, because for, you know, the African concept says before you can even consider on doing something, or, you know, killing something or destroying something or do anything that will lead to destruction, you have to already have a proven plan that you could restore the thing back to the original way it was. And because life cannot really be done like that, so our people do not gravitate to taking life. That's what appears to be making us like we are babies. We are no babies. The moment the black race get into fight anyone really in a war, that it won't be too far from that moment before this globe is destroyed.
Well, that's why anytime they encounter us, they bring the whole military out. They're so scared. Look at Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson is one man, and they were so scared. I mean, the whole nation was scared, not just Dallas. The whole entire nation. They would have brought in the Navy and the SWAT on just one man.
Of course, you know, but you see, because that's, you understand me? So we don't, because, in other words, yeah, there's no, even the dumb concept of being superior when you're not. When you engage in a fight with somebody, the bullets are flying, you have very little control over it, so you can't say it's not going to hit you. Do you understand? That's dumb. It doesn't matter how superior you are. As long as you engage somebody and bullets are flying, even your own bullets can kill you. Do you understand? So therefore, it doesn't make any sense. So if you have an understanding of the value of life in terms of life being holy and designed to last forever, you will not be going to that business. Now, when you're forced to it, you know, which is, see, because there was an attack on the Black Wall Street, okay, and they are, how can I say, falsehood, refused to explain our reaction to the destruction of the Black Wall Street, which is a response, a return in favor in terms of the crashing of the non-Black Wall Street in 1929. There's nowhere in the history pages where that was indicated.
I've never heard this before, Gaga, ever.
And this is a proven, it's a GIJ. Because the folks dealt with it and said, no, you can't destroy our Wall Street. You're going to make you feel how it is. That's what General Akwagaru did in Ida, in the Gaga Kingdom. He said, for you to understand what it feels like to put black people on the plantation or disrespect their people on their continent, and then disrespect them out in the plantations elsewhere, this is how it feels. So he captured from them trying to invade the kingdom, he put them onto the plantation. you know, to see how it felt.
Yeah, Professor, we need this picture back.
We need this picture, the father's picture. We need that from England. It's in London, somewhere in the palace somewhere. You know, so
they have to give it up.
Well, that's, you know, and while you're at it, you know, that and Patrice Lumumba's teeth is in Belgium. You know, so all this had to be taken, all that had to be taken back. And for that matter, people like Professor Demavisi and Nat Turner, you know, what happened to that, you understand? So, and Professor Thomas Sankara, for example, and for that matter, for his bishop, Professor Bishop and company, you know, you understand, some cases, they could just come and, you know, take their bodies from the grave in order to keep the remains within their control. You understand? And so these are the kind of dynamics that occur. So bottom line, therefore, is while, in other words, most of the solution to the problems are preventive in the sense that you could actually, you don't allow a problem to develop and then say, gee, I'm going to, you know, tackle it. Do you understand? The best solution to the problem is to make sure the problem doesn't arise in the first place. And therefore, that is by sticking with the gagotical medicine or nutrition. Do you understand? Do you understand, Sir Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and even when they've arisen already, what happened is you now engage the gagotical regimens, and then that will definitely help you out. So therefore, that is a solution, and the primary thing is the distilled water. But make sure it is distilled water, because you need a concentration for a disease to occur. Okay? If you have a toxicity,
that's how the cells become cancerous, right?
Yeah, because the toxins are there and they get into the cell, you know, and then they mess the cell up. And the more they get into, the more, and then once the cell is messed up, they will now abandon their regular healthy growth dynamics. They go haywire and they're abnormal and everything else. They're unable to do their job. Do you understand?
Yes.
But what is caused in the process, physical condition, is the blockage of the flow of the lifeline that I was telling you about. Once that there's obstruction and there's no relative motion between the life glue and the life waves itself, then what happens is the life wave develop escape velocities with which it leaves our bodies. Do you understand?
Yes.
So therefore, we've covered the inflammation. Again, the bottom line is water, because the inflammation has something in common with the dynamics of dementia and all that, in the sense that it's all about flow of field. The brain, you know, provides the dynamics for the flow of this system in our body. Okay? You know, the pain is something that is a warning to the brains that there's a blockage in the flow, something that's not doing well in any part of the body. So we experience pain, mostly the blood, because a discontinuity of those blood, that glue, the discontinuity in it is, you know, when you cut yourself, there's a discontinuity in blood flow. That is, it won't take too long before a pain begins to develop, because that continuity, a signal is sent into the brain, hey, there's no continuity in the flow of the blood. That is not good, because you understand, very soon there won't be a good enough flow. And when there's a static and blockage, the life waves are in danger of developing escape velocity with which to live our bodies. Do you understand? That's death. Do you understand that? Okay.
Yes, I understand about pain too, because as soon as I feel a pain in my stomach and I drink some distilled water, the pain goes away.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's what you need to talk to your ground. And they, you know, if you talk to them in a good language, they can sense it, they can understand it, and then help advise the younger ones, you know, to get away from all this hype the television watching and the propaganda that you watch are the thing that, you know. So, but what is seen in the cryptic method is a summary of how Gagot has solved all problems. All you need, like I'll try to do tonight, unfortunately we have to postpone for another briefing because we need enough people here so you can see, in other words, a continuing application of Gagot to prove all the problems, which are difficult ones, have been resolved already. Do you understand?
Yes.
So what you tell your mother is to do more distilled water.
But you know what, Professor, from people like, you know, black women from that generation, it's all about that Bible. So if it's not in the Bible, they don't. I'm not saying this. She heard it, but I'm just saying on another question. How do you get people, older people, who are all about that Bible?
Yes.
It's not in the Bible. It ain't real. It ain't true. It's got to be in the Bible. It's got to come from that Bible.
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
How do you deal with that?
They don't budge.
Yeah. How we deal with that is, okay, the Bible says, or there's the impression, to say that, here, this life is not something to pay too much attention to, or that you're supposed to engage in suffering here and deprivation here in order to...
Yeah, my mom, she actually brought that up. She said, yeah, in heaven, you got to wait till you get to heaven. I said, wait a minute. I didn't say anything about that, but in my head, she's still on heaven as far as you die and you get to heaven.
So what you say is, if it is, in other words, that's a way of justifying death, right? Because if you have to wait until you go to heaven, it means you want to die soon. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Because you want to get to heaven quickly, isn't it?
That's right.
So that says your stay here is unnecessary. I mean, so you can see how they're trying the black children or other children to debomb and asking them to die so they can go to heaven, because that's supposed to be martyred. Can you see that?
Yeah, but their argument is, but that's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible said, and the Bible is true.
Yeah, well, okay, so this is how you're going to deal with that. Okay, now, but if the Bible says it's okay to die, or not only that it's okay to die, it's wonderful to die, then let's go to a verse in the Bible. The shortest verse in the Bible, certainly in the New Testament. It says, Jesus wept. And Jesus is supposed to be not only the Son of God, he's a symbolism of God, or whatever. They even claim, some of them say Jesus is God.
Yes, they do.
All right. Well, if Jesus is God and Jesus wept for the death of Lazarus, why did God weep as a result of the death of Lazarus? If death is such a great kind of thing, why?
I remember that one. I didn't say that. Afterward, I thought about that statement too.
So that's what disproves that. So therefore, even if it's on the perception basis or some dynamic, that's a contradiction that not number one that says there are errors in the Bible very clearly. Why would God cry, if death, for death, if death was great? Why?
Exactly.
Can you see how that is the answer to most of those questions? Because then once you've shown that as a contradiction, that if one part of the Bible says it's okay to die, not only is it okay, hey, the pie is in heaven. Do you understand?
Right.
Don't waste your time here. Go catch your pie in heaven. Or, you here, you just prolonging your suffering. Just go to heaven. Then, so therefore, that's saying that death is not just okay, it's wonderful to die. But then here you have another part of the Bible saying, hey, God wept because of death. The only thing you weep about is something that is horrible. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Something that's painful, something that's really bad. You understand? And so that's how you now, once that there cannot be a reconciliation. Now that's some of how Gagot pointed out the errors in the so-called Bible, Holy Book, and therefore forced Catholic Church to declare they no longer swear by the validity of the Bible. Do you understand?
Well, you know what? That brings me back to this question. I was just going to ask you, well, how can you persuade a 93-year-old person to not look at the Bible as all this? But you just already answered it. If you could persuade the Catholic Church,
yeah, well,
way older than a 93,
absolutely,
to give up what they need to give up, you don't have no problem. You probably don't have no problem with like a 90-year-old person.
Yeah, well, we have a 93-year-old like your grandfather, who is not only, who has we have encountered on that, but he's a reverend himself. That's Reverend Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
So when we began discussing that topic with him, and then I gave him a lowdown, and he couldn't. There were quite a few, because he's like your grandfather or grandmother, 93-year-old, because that's his age. I think he's 92 plus and getting to 93. But what happens is, he took the same position. No, I'm not going to. I said, okay, right. So I went over the thing, and quite a few places he could not disagree with. So then finally I said, well, hey, this is the actual verification of that from the Catholic Church, which is where the Protestant came from. So he read it, and since he read it, we haven't heard any opposition from him.
This is Reverend Oliver that came to the first briefing in December, right?
Absolutely, that's him. He's 93-year-old like a grand. So, and at some point, we can have him on a 3 or whatever with your grandfather or grandmother. So the truth is the truth. You understand? Then on top of that, you're going to now try to explain now again. Are they going to grasp? Well, you're going to put it out in there that a definition of heaven is, and I don't see how they're going to disagree. It's a state of existence where there are no problems. You solve all problems. And Gaga GIJs has solved all problems. Therefore, you understand, to say God wasted God's time in creating human beings, that's the part they're not even going. In other words, if you say this phase of our existence is unnecessary and it's a pathway to real place, why would God? That's saying you're wasting God's time. Why? Why would that be necessary? Especially if we all came out of God. We came from heaven, a state of existence that we had no problems. We came into a problem where there are now possibilities for problems, and because we're inherently God, we have a piece of God in us. What was required by God is to, at least collectively, and of course individual, and what God has done is to use an individual, but collectively bring your sum total of intelligence together to resolve all our problems. That was the goal of God. And thereby that you could take a human thing and still experience it. After all, didn't it say in the Easter Sunday, in terms of symbols of Jesus rising and ascending into heaven with his full body? Didn't they say that?
That's right.
Okay, so the death was neutralized in effect. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So therefore, you don't need to die to go to heaven. Can you see that?
Yes.
Jesus went into heaven with his full body, supposedly. So therefore, where is the necessity for death in that process? Where? And if Jesus can do it, Jesus was in a human body. There's no reason why in the minimum we must not aspire to go like that. Do you understand? In other words, experience heaven right here in this state. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why should we detach from that example that is shown in the way Jesus ascended to heaven? Why? I mean, the minimum we could do is to at least make that a goal. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Can you understand that? Sihon, can you see that?
Yes.
So I've given you at least two pieces from the Bible that, you know, number one, proves that the Bible is, what is the content of the Bible in terms of every letter of it is not written by God. It is a revelation somebody claimed they had that was put into a dogma for the followers to consume. What is particularly dangerous about it is that you cannot associate anything with God unless it was gagotical. If you do not have a GIJ for anything you present, you cannot, it's already a big sin to do that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So to say faith is your relationship with God is bad, and certainly that what you acquire as a result of faith, you automatically, you know, slap that on God is wrong. That's wrong. Can you see that?
Yes.
So if you inherited 2 plus 1 is equal to 6. You understand? Because your favorite pastor or your favorite prophet said that. You understand?
Yes.
And you say, okay, on the basis of that faith, I know this is a God word. This is something that came from God. Do you think that is right?
No.
2 plus 1 is not equal to 6. But because of your faith, you are pretending it is 6. And you're compounding that problem by saying it comes from God. But that's not an equation, because it does not represent a theorem. God, the only thing that's associated with God is an infallible theorem, which is a GIJ. It must come from an invariant. There's no invariant in that process of 0. You cannot get a 0 out of that. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because 2 plus 1 minus 6 is not 0. Can you see that?
Yes.
The answer will be minus 3. That's what the correct answer will be. So minus 3 is not 0. It's not 0. It's not invariant in that sense. Do you understand? It's not an invariant. Every other equation satisfies. So therefore, Gagot is the only answer. Now, Gagot, you can swear that comes from the God because it is infallible. It is a theorem. God Almighty Grand Unified Theorem. Can you see that?
Yes.
So how the brains works exactly is a theorem. Therefore, it has a GIJ. And how that happen is, okay, you have the geometry. Every details of that geometry, both internal and external, is there. You understand? You use, fundamental part of that is etas of 0. Etas of 0 you can use in constructing anything. If you understand more geometry, you'll see how you could do superposition and compose a lot of things. So But other forms like eta sub 1, eta sub 2, and eta sub infinity, by the time you reach eta sub infinity, you've gotten every possible thing to construct every reality individually and collectively. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, Gagot is the answer. Now, Gagot is the word of God because it is infallible. That's the language of God. So I can swear, and eventually as you begin to understand, you can swear that Gagot is actually ordained by God. It was sowed in my brains, and in other words, God used me as a piece of chalk to write the God order, the GIJ, comma, J equal to 0, and eta sub infinity or eta sub n. Can you see that?
Yes.
Because 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 has a GIJ, which is 2 plus 1 minus 3, which is equal to 0. It's an invariant. Invariant that is satisfied by every other theorem. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. You know what?
Every other reality. So
when I was looking in the book, I would see like a P, and then I would see 333 like under it. Like, is that what you mean? Like by as far as infinity, like it can go from 1 to. I even seen like 2000 and 2013. You know, like different numbers as a GI. You would have like an F, and then you would have like 200 and 2033 in part of an equation.
Yeah. So yeah, well, which is why now you understand. See, in other words, you have to, gradually withdraw from the Jim Crow system so you could set up not only your own system in reality. That's why I'm spending all this time teaching you this stuff. You got to, pick up the GIJ that explains the brains and then teach other people. Use that for the longevity or immortality program. The biological destiny mentioned here. Is there some aspect of Oyibo which will impact our biological destiny? Of course. That's part of what I'm explaining.
Well, what about algorithms? Because algorithms are like a big part of all of this technology out here. So how would Gaga deal with algorithms?
Well, the ultimate algorithm is eta sub infinity. but it's not called algorithm in that sense. It's superior to algorithm. Algorithm is just some, instructions to a machine. You understand? First of all, algorithms will have a problem for overflow, which will interfere with the process. Do you understand? When the numbers get big, whatever system, that's computer stuff, and you understand this. It
seems so big to me, but I mean, they make it so important.
Somebody was talking about how part of what Professor David Hilbert was, playing with in his mind was, okay, maybe we could reduce mathematics into a set of algorithms, to deal with problems, and that thing was, the counter was, gee, that's going to remove creativity from mathematics, but again, we have to give the Germans a lot of credit for them recognizing what Gaga represents, okay? And the intelligence of the United States citizens, because when they saw what happened with the Pentagon, see, you all need to understand the Pentagon better. Before you get caught up in fears, digest a God order that has provided the updating of the Pentagon by Gaga, which is Black blessing. Do you understand me? Before you get scared, because the world now knows what you can do. You own the Pentagon, in effect. So why would the person that owns the Pentagon be afraid of anyone? Why?
No reason to.
That's right. You have to put fear in its place. Especially in light of, okay, Brother Amadou Diallo did not have what might be considered a Malcolm X or Nathan spirit in terms of no compromise, or even a Gaga, real Gaga spirit, where he stood up for, righteousness without compromise in him, but they still blew him away. Was a black man trying to make a living on the street, or for that matter, Brother Eric Garner was selling cigarettes. It's not like he was selling some kind of narcotics. Cigarettes is something that's supposed to be natural, and people smoke and all that. They weren't killing him because of the danger of cigarettes to life, because they have big companies that make their billions of dollars on selling cigarettes, or cigarettes and cigars. So he was blown away. We didn't have any history of him, being on the street and going after Jim Crow and all that. And yet he was blown away. Okay? Michael Brown's father told him he has to do everything the police says, and so on and so forth. And to some degree, I kind of explained that to my children and other black children who adopt, extensions of the family. But it has to be within a context. It's not supposed to be a way of life. What you do for the moment should not be like your way of life. First, you have to go into the police department through the mayor's office to correct their wrong view or image or perception of you. Until you can do that, you're not moving anywhere. Do you understand? So in the process, you will be decriminalized. So it makes it harder for the kind of techniques you are afraid is going to be used in terms of, okay, people are going to give you a ticket, and from a ticket to something else. And Philando, a claim was supposedly had some tickets that's supposed to be a basis for them blowing his brains out. No. You have to make sure you don't get caught up in that situation, because that is building on the misconception of you as being a criminal person. You are the holiest, because the closer to God you are, the holier you are. So the closest, that definition automatically says, definitely your truly, my humble self, has been created by God to be the holiest. By virtue of God, relying on me, trusting me to give me God's message to humanity, it's already proved that I have to be the holiest. But Gagut's called the holiest of the holy grail of mathematics, and by extension, entirety of knowledge. So when you're dealing, so that's who you are. So you've been ordained to be the most intelligent. If you're the most intelligent, you're the holiest. If you're the most intelligent, you are the richest. If you're the most intelligent, you definitely are the most powerful. And therefore, by virtue of you being the most intelligent race, you've won the racial war already. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. You
can't therefore, be going to get scared of people that you've kicked their behinds already, except it was a godly way. Do you understand? You've already bypassed the destruction of lives. You bypass that, you overcome that, you neutralize and call that a toy dynamics of deciding which race is more intelligent. Do you understand?
Yes. That
is the real power. It is that power now that you cannot contradict. So you can say, gee, I'm afraid. What are you? Joking? Afraid of what? You overcome that fear with intelligence. That's how you deal with fear. Intelligence, the answer. Like any other. See, every solution to every problem. See, in other words, you have to grow in your understanding of Gaga, because we just said Gij is a solution to every problem, right?
Yes.
So if now we say, gee, we have a problem called fear, unless you could prove that fear cannot have a solution in Gaga, you will say it is already solved, which is why we're drilling you with the G2j solution to Riemann hypothesis. Because people have been scared of that problem for over 130 years before God revealed the solution. Do you understand? God revealed the solution through Gaga. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, it was unknown to humanity. And so, and the humanity still think it's unknown. So part of how you introduce yourself, part of how you revise and correct your reality in terms of, your real geometry, your real essence, is by making sure you understand that, that G2j has been provided by God already in your name, in the name of the Black people. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're dealing with. And then move on to other things. Just 1 second. And so now, John, get the haters of men said, and we're going to round up. Oh no. Okay, so okay, this one we can't share that because all right. Okay, so then we're going to round it up and try to work on setting up another presentation. But so what? Okay, well.
All right, just 1 second, Mr. Hearn.
Okay, Mr. Hearn. Hello.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
you hear us?
Okay. So now you have something now to get back with your mother on, and to now each one teach many, just like you did with your cousin.
In fact, if there's convenience, why don't you help work with us to register her to come in for the next broadcast? Because as you yourself see the exuberance of the professor and started to understand things a lot better once you attended the briefing, we know that she will understand a great deal of what we just went over with you if she's in the briefing with you.
Yeah, I know.
Well, isn't that something we should be working towards?
I don't know if she's up to it.
But remember what happened with Brashad. Brashad, initially, you didn't think he was going to be able to register. And yet, after we talked with him, he did come into the broadcast. Is that not correct?
Right.
We're ready to work with you towards getting your mother in on this.
And other people in the community. In other words, part of the fear. See, a fear also comes out of being alone. When you're alone, that creates for fears, loneliness and all that. It's all together. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Something that you do alone, even when you know you're right, the loneliness part of it makes you feel like what you're doing is wrong. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so the numbers, that's why people invest in propaganda machines. The real issue now is how to propagate Gagot in terms of making sure every black person understands that, because they need Gagot in order for them to be able to understand who they are. Do you understand?
Yes.
So if you imagine the entire state of California, black people there especially understanding, and the non-blacks as well, because when they understand Gaga, you're all on the same wavelength in terms of, okay, it has been decided who is the most intelligent race. You understand? You can't, there's no mention of words there. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have to overcome the obstacle in that area. And what is more serious with regards to that is that until you overcome that, you don't have a chance with God. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That part is very critical. That's the God order. That's the, it's like saying, okay, you don't have to understand 2 + 1 is equal to 3. How are you going to be, godly? Because that's a God order. Can you see that?
Yes.
Lack of understanding of that is why we're dying. That's how you know death is not authored by God. That point is extremely critical. Now, for that, see, in other words, that if we want us to tell her that, and we did that, in the last couple of presentations where we were showing the Catholic Church no longer swears by the Bible. Do you understand? By the content of the Bible. So we need that for the older people. Now they're going to still be stuck, but you understand, see, for us over here, that makes our day.
Praise God.
Praise God is right.
Okay.
You understand? It makes our day because we like to hear that. And we're going to give them this verses from the Bible. Do you understand?
Yes.
We see, because when Gagot was presented, he says it proved that what is called the Word of God is what, by the Holy Books, by the believers, is what scientists call the Big Bang. And it sounded like the roaring water waves of none by the ancient Africans. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So what that did was to demolish the perception or the interpretation of the Bible that Bible was the Genesis was the first revelation of how the universe was created. You know, because the Bible is given in around this, 6,000 and all that BC. You understand me? When you understand when the Shabaka stone is more than 20,000 years before that point, and that was already a known fact, and people were living their lives consistent with that. So therefore, it forced the Catholic Church to see the Genesis as what was called by them as another creation story. And then they likened it to similar accounts. That's what they said, and we have that in the, although we can't do the share now, but in terms of the Catholic Church no longer swears by the Bible, where they actually said that, although they didn't cite Gagot directly, but this Gagot, because I'm sure many of their members were bringing that videotape that Minister Brown shot in terms of the class where, it was presented that the Word of God from the Holy Books is what scientists call the Big Bang, and it sounded like the roaring water waves of none by ancient Africans. So since ancient Africans were, 28 or 26,000 years before, the account from the Holy Books, it was in existence. The roaring water waves of none was in existence, which is what is being interpreted, because water waves, it's a symbolism of the Word of God. Do you understand? Because they are both waves. So when they said, and as a matter of fact, the way it was stated in the Genesis, God said, "Let there be light." The saying is a wave. You understand? So, if the light comes out of that, then, hey, you understand? So that's like the roaring water waves. That tomb comes out of that, like the light waves comes out of the God saying, "Let there be light." Do you understand?
Yes.
Now that is geometry. That is a proof of what we're talking about. But Gagot has actually indicated that eta sub 0 is where everything originated, which is also wave. That's a universal expression for wave. Do you understand?
Yes.
The most fundamental form of waves. And that has to be the state of God before God created the universe. So that is that Word of God. That is that, Big Bang. That is that roaring water waves. Do you understand me? So that is so tight, geometrical and infallibly so. They were forced to now say, okay, who are we kidding? Now the Black people know they originated the concept of creation. Do you understand?
Yes.
At least in the rudiment, they were not mathematical. They didn't have equation for the wave equations or water waves or the Word of God. They didn't have anything like that. Do you understand? So Gaga proved that you could measure those waves, from the Big Bang. Since then, people have been studying more on waves, and the ultimate study of waves is Gaga, the eta sub 0. Do you understand? So therefore, now it is mathematical and gagotical. That's the ultimate. You can't go past that. So on the one hand, the African began the process of guessing how the universe was created. They guessed it. They guessed the dynamics, and that's, you understand me? See, and
No, I remember when you said they had a conjecture, and then you were also saying how you can have a big one, you can have a small discovery, and that small discovery
Yes.
can get acclaim, but then you can have a big one, and although it's approximate,
Yeah.
And it's not exactly correct,
Right.
it could still have one. But then when you have Gaga, it's just a little different.
Yeah. There was no mathematical expression, even from our own grandparents, in terms of how the roaring water waves turned into a tomb. Do you understand? Yeah, absolutely not. There was no such a thing.
So we were the first one who came up with theory then.
Yeah, so that's a conjecture, that's a theory by our ancestors. Gaga proved it. I mean, formulated the unified theorem that governs all that. You understand? Because you understand, yeah, you could say, but what's the dynamics? How, so there was no theory of superposition of waves, nor was there concept of, in other words, when they would say water wave, and that's been critical of our ancestors, but we'll look into the positive side because the idea is in there. So the idea, when an idea of something is in a pronouncement, that's a revelation from God, because if it makes sense, after all, yes, there's if something really exists and you don't seem to see it or touch it, or you don't know understand the mystery behind how things come, and you just say, okay, it's a spirit. Okay, so you get a sense of, existence of God from the spirit, because we have to come from somewhere. You understand me? So if we can't see the thing, then we say it's in the spirit. So that makes sense, but that's very qualitative. That's not quantitative. We haven't reached a quantitative level yet. And so you can talk about trying to correlate it with physics or physical world. And certainly, in order for that to be possible, you need mathematics, what was called mathematics. What comes out in Gagot is not all that, but the perfect level of it. Do you understand? So it's not to, that's dumb. And I'm sorry to be critical of Brother Brother Kaba and Brother Philip Valentine. You can't be fooling around. That's embarrassing to say, gee, you have some kind of qualitative idea about something, and then you talk about, hey, that's it. The other one just coded it. It's like, why doesn't Kaba and Valentine say, gee, with the originate of E is equal to MC squared, and so therefore Einstein just codified it. Where did you hear them say that?
Never.
So that's a joke, the Jews the Jewish people will take up issues with that. That's a ghettoization. That is a contradiction of Gaga, because Gaga prides itself of being something that comes from God. God cannot be that vague. God cannot just say, yeah, man, it's roaring water waves and that's where it ends. Do you understand me? No. How did the atom come out of the waves? Okay? So yeah. It's not that you can't just, and it's not, there's no precision there. So, but we have to give them credit, because during that time, that was the best that was available. Okay? But to say that itself is it, that's dumb. That's you contradicting our ground baseline. See, when
it was almost like that lady. The lady that was on the last broadcast, she was stuck in her comedic way as well, and it was like that was the highest of the height. But they don't understand that Gagot is the real thing. This is it.
Exactly. That's a special ed indoctrination part to say, gee, you can't mix apples and oranges. Knowledge, the way Einstein was talking about unified field, in his immediate preoccupation was how to unify electromagnetic and gravity. And that was such enough huge problem that, really, do you understand? People can't, you understand, when you lack precision, when you lack quantitativeness, when you suddenly, so that's what's blocking people. Because if you were so hot and you have E is equal to MC squared, why do you wait to be, you understand, why did you allow Jim Crow to make life so miserable for us? You understand? All you needed to say, gee, I can do a bomb. You understand? That's what was proven through the Pentagon piece. You understand? Building a supermaneuverable plane, and not only that, the Afro-Trojan concept has been checked already without your participation in terms of as a people. You know, that's Afro-Trojan bomb concept. So we have the bomb, we have the ultimate bomb, we have ultimate weapon delivery systems. Where is the room for fear? You understand? How could you be afraid? The Jews refuse to be afraid once they have an atomic bomb. You understand? They took on the Arabs, they took on everybody else. Do you understand? So fear was logical, makes sense when you didn't have something in your hand.
You know what, Professor? Maybe they don't believe you.
Well, yes.
That has to be it, because you just don't. I'm talking about deep down, they just don't believe it.
Yes, because Jim Crow told them, destroy them. That's why you have to rediscover yourself. He told you, you are worthless. You don't have anything.
Because when they bring up Gaga in there in lectures, it's almost as, yeah, they give you honor and praise and different things like that, but it's almost like, okay, now they get that out the way and then they go back to their,
exactly.
You know,
so that's so therefore it's a denial. In other words, is what you're saying. They're denying it because they're struggling with their destruction of their reality from Jim Crow. Do you understand?
That's what I mean. Yes.
Yeah. So therefore, you have to restore that reality inside of yourself, because and you have all the tools you need. You have the surrender from the supreme headquarters of the European supremacy. That's Göttingen. You have a surrender from the KKK headquarters in terms of the Ivy Leagues, none other than Yale and all the universities that represent all of them. You have a surrender from Das Gupta. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the Asians, no, you have absolutely nothing to be afraid of right now. You have to go and be yourself. That's all you need to be. You understand? So, and there are avenues that are open to you in terms of the police says they have a cultural, and you take their own vocabulary. Say, okay, you want, that's what the Jews had to do. What was done by the Jews, they have to now go and correct the misconception of the Jews has been worthless. They have to go into the police, they have to go into the Nazis, they have to go on to all kinds of places to say, no. You build us as a gas chamber material before. And that state, the Jewish people were afraid as well, because they didn't think they were worth anything. When the formula came, that changed that whole problem altogether. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
It assured them they were not just somebody, but they could play a role on the walls on the global scene. Their brainchild could be used to win a war, a very big war. Your brainchild has been used to win the Cold War. That is already huge. The documentations, you know, what they had for associating the Jewish people with the bomb that helped win the war is no more than the Pentagon signing off the page that you have. That's your evidence. Although I was the only one that actively participated in the war, but in the miracle of God, because God that's the winner of all wars. Do you understand? To the point where you can't even talk about war before God. Do you understand? Say you're waging a war against God. You can't even do that. Do you understand me? Because you already lost before you even get started. Do you understand? Because all the bombs that you explode will have a finite time and space for them to, you know, be neutralized. And within Gaga, there's a way to neutralize. Do you understand? We haven't even gotten into that. So you really don't know.
Yeah, I want to know that, because
no, you don't. Because you'll be overwhelmed.
Wait. A part of war strategy is deception. What type of strategies did you use?
You have already participated in some of the dynamics and you don't even know. Do you understand? But we can't discuss that. We can't discuss this environment. Do you understand? So, therefore, you have to overcome that, like Reverend King says. You've gone past way that, you know. So what you need to do now is to go to your Ivy League equivalents over there. Walk over to them and introduce yourself. Tell them you are you need to get a job to teach in the math department at UCLA and Stanford and Berkeley. Do you understand me? And Caltech. That's what you need to do. And you show them, this is your credential. Look, you can teach a course on Gaga singular element revelation. They're not teaching that there. Do you understand? That's supposed to be in the classrooms over there. You're qualified to teach that because you attended Gaga briefing. And we're going to be issuing a certificate. There's a certificate. The 1 week intensive, you pass the test, you get a certificate. And that's enough for you to go to Harvard and teach because they don't understand.
And it's the 1 week.
Yeah, 1 week intensive. Okay. You know, actually 5 days, but you'll be giving a test, you know, and you have to pass the test. And if you pass it, you get a certificate. Okay. So yes, but you know, it's good that you embark on the and you're coming along. You coming. You just need to now bring what you're learning into your practical life. So you know.
No, I do because I try to get a GI.
Well, when you do that, you could make an appointment with the police chief in your area. But you could do better by going with your entire community or their representatives. So to the school board, there's no reason why I shouldn't be discussing this in the school board meetings. The redefinition of the black people, because you will be helping shut down the prisons. Now, yes, so it's going to affect some, hey, so tough. That's the God order. You don't belong in prisons. But if you don't redefine yourself and you allow people to view you as a criminal material, then you're going to be in prisons. And prison is death.
Hearn, are you still there?
Yes.
So what's going on? What's your next mission? What's your next operation in terms of what are you going to do?
Come back to the class.
Okay, but when? And how many people are you going to bring with you?
I'm gonna bring myself for now.
Then you didn't understand the points we were just talking to you about, sir.
Whoever else I can.
Why don't you arrange a time for us to talk with your mother like you did with Rashad in terms of connect me on with her and I'll talk with her while you're on the phone.
Yeah, we may do that. We'll talk after the briefing.
So what do you all think about prison being death and special ed is death, and that we've been ordered to demolish death? We know what we're going to do. What's the game plan for that?
We're going to get the God order for everyone so they can understand there's no need for death.
Is that a deal?
It is.
Yes.
is that real deal? In other words, that's are we convinced that's a God order?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So because and that you space yourself for at least we do more than one, more than two for this week, and so for this month, and we may be required to do, keep that up, to reach our people, and in terms of flexibility, and make sure that Rashad is forward ever, backward never, and
that's right,
and that he, in the process, begin to introduce his friends, to allow you to talk to the friends,
and to bring me in if you need me.
Along with you. In other words, John becomes your partner. Okay, and like I said, now you have to make some trips to Stanford, whichever is closest to you. But probably UCLA is closer to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Caltech? Which one is closer to UCLA or Caltech?
Both of them.
Okay. So you have to get a little more familiar with them. You have to be bold. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Boldness. First of all, you're going to carry the protests from Harvard and MIT. And if they consider themselves, you understand, if they consider themselves in the same class as Harvard and MIT, then what happens at Harvard and MIT should happen to them. In other words, Professor Dmitry Panchenko is on, you understand me, is comparable to their very best over there in their faculty. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What was the guy's name in UCLA, the professor there that you sent him a solution to Riemann hypothesis?
I forget his name because he ran.
Okay. You can't be quiet. You have to go to the department head and say, look, you share this information with one of the professors, and you offer to come and help out, as an adjunct professor, because there are things in the curriculum that is embarrassing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
So I heard, do you understand that? Please ask questions. This is.
Well, I just want to have I just want to be prepared enough. I want to have all the courses. I don't want to be fumbling.
That's good. That's good that you said that. But part of how you get it done is to bring in more people, because we need numbers. You can do it because I've seen your level of what you've understood by reading the books. I can feel that from you. So you could get to much higher ground, but you gather your confidence yourself had to go along with how much you're consuming, how much you're learning, how much time I'm spending with all of you. Do you understand? You can see, you should be able to see God in so many aspects of the whole presentation. Do you understand?
Yes.
You should be able to feel God. And once you begin to feel God, then hey, that's the beginning of heaven. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have to, what you need for our people, our family members, is to convince them there's a necessary condition for them to see heaven, to go into heaven, is that you must speak the language of heaven. Do you understand?
Yes.
The language of heaven is definitely not holy books. Holy books is given that, it's a mixed bag. That's why it's not. It's got some God message in it. But it's not the totality. That's why the Catholic Church has verified that by saying, and they cannot write of what was indicated by the Catholic Church. Because there's no way, although they can push any number, they can't just write of that. That's where they used to be. Maybe 80% of what they are doing or they have is Catholic stuff that came from Catholic Church. So by writing of Catholic Church is writing of 80% of what their content. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So that was, in other words, and that is true also for the Christians. So the entire religion has been spoken for by the Catholic Church, saying what has been considered the holy books are not so holy, and that is official, and that's the first dynamics from God through Gaga, because the Catholic Church ended up saying their membership are looking for Gagot. And the way they describe Gagot is something that is really true. Do you understand?
Yes.
That is actually written in the document. Do you have the Catholic Church piece handy? No, I'm talking about. So I heard. Do you have that with you? Catholic Church, no longer. You have to have that handy in this conversation with your family members. That's very critical. And certainly it's in the presentation. It's on the YouTube. Okay, which version has that? That you can.
You can basically go into the videos or simply just type in Catholic Church.
No. The video, which of the video did you show it last?
The last broadcast we had, the one that was just took place in November 30th.
Okay, November 30th?
29th, excuse me.
November 30th, we had the Catholic Church piece in there?
Yes, the 29th. That's when we first had this shot.
Also, you had it in with the non-blacks too.
Over that part.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What about the one before October? Maybe we have to tell that too.
It was also in October as well.
October 28 or 29? 28.
The one with the non-blacks, they had it too.
Who were the people that were there in that particular piece?
Hearn was.
Hearn was there. We were there, Hearn?
Which one?
Did you participate in the Catholic Church? They break that where I explained the Catholic Church? No,
yes.
No, that's the latest one. I think we did something
there.
there.
That he was also there as well for last minute.
He didn't listen to the whole presentation.
No,
because I knew I went over that and I proved where they referred to Gaga by saying their congregation are looking for what is really true.
What is really true.
Now, what is
no? But I seen the one with the ones with the non-blacks. You went over the Catholic piece, both the first, and you had it highlighted in red.
Exactly.
Box 1, 2, and 3.
If you pull that up, you will see where it says, then they are now aware that believers are really looking, for something that is really true. That's a way of them saying the believers are not hoping to stay with belief forever. That the belief was a temporary state, which is what Gagot has been teaching them. While you're waiting for Gagot, which is the only thing that is really true. Can you see that?
Yes.
And that's the phrase that was used by the Catholic Church. That's their reference to Gagot, because Gagot is 2 + 1 = 3. That is really true. That's the ultimate truth. In terms of, there's no guesswork in that. It doesn't require faith. Faith is totally unnecessary, because you could count the 2 fingers on your one hand and 1 finger on the other, and you count them together. It does not call for a faith. You see the reality right in there. Can you see that?
Yes. I want to have a degree. I want to have at least a certificate from OFAPIT so that I can be able to be a representative, not just some guy off the street talking about OFAPIT.
Yeah,
well, some accreditation or something.
Well, you're moving along the direction. You need to accelerate it. That means that your life also must change along with it, because what we produce, what will be ordered to produce here, are people who can face the Creator by being able to speak the Creator's language. So your education is not superficial, it's in your soul. You actually live it. Do you understand?
Yes, I was just telling you, I use Gaga in some of my works now.
Who?
saying I use Gaga in some of my works now.
Yes, well, yeah, but so therefore, but it also means that you can go, but you see, your problem is, and like most people's problems, is explaining it to other people to the level where they will understand you and go along with you. Do you understand? Now that's a product of your ability, your understanding and ability of presenting it. And certainly it's also dependent on how saturated the person you're talking to has been with Jim Crow propaganda. Those two ingredients are very critical. Do you understand? So like trying to rescue a drowning person, you have to be able to overcome the resistance and the inertia from the drowning person through your understanding. Because in some cases you could be forced into, that's what happened between John and you sometimes. But you come together and you overcome that because you can understand each other's problems. Do you understand?
Well, we both already have something in common though, and that's a love for Gaga.
Exactly. Well, so but that's now you hit the nail on the head, which is that God brings us all together as one because it's a God order. So you begin that togetherness from your common grounds. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But you must consciously remember that you have to work from that common ground.
But I also think everybody else's problem is really financial, but because the Jim Crow system really, they strangle you financially. So if you get out of line, boom, they take your finances away. So nobody really wants to get out of line because they know their finances are going to be damaged.
Affected. Yeah. Let me, talking about it, let me give you an example, and it actually strengthens your point for you. Now, Herman Ferguson. Is that his last name, John?
Herman who?
Herman Ferguson.
From where?
Okay, it was way before your time. This was. Have you heard the name before, Si? Herman Ferguson?
No.
So Herman is the first name. Well, Brother Ferguson, I'm not too sure of his last name, but anyway, Herman was his first name. Can you put him on search browser, John, or even you, Si? Herman Ferguson.
Okay.
Quickly. That will verify for me if my recollection of his last name, and you don't have to read it. Herman Ferguson. Okay. No, you just give me some time. On Google though.
Yes, he's part of the Malcolm X Muslim Mosque.
Okay, thank you. That's him. All right. Si, did you verify that also?
Yeah, the Unlikely Warrior, the autobiography of Herman Ferguson, born in North Carolina, 1920. Malcolm X assassination told by eyewitness Herman Ferguson.
Absolutely. Now that's the brother. When you talk about finances, when he began to listen to Professor Malcolm, and it turned out they're obviously about the same age, this definitely the same generation. It was born 1920. That's roughly around the time Malcolm was born as well. Maybe Malcolm will have 1 or 2 years before again, on him. But and verify Malcolm's birthday also, birth year. Yeah, he was born. Because 64, he was 40. 64, he was 40 or 39, somewhere there, or 38. So.
Born in 1925.
Okay, so Herman Ferguson was actually older. That's amazing. I didn't get a sense. I didn't get a sense like that. I thought Brother Malcolm, Professor Malcolm was older. But anyway, so what happened was when Herman began to listen, Professor Ferguson was listening to Professor Malcolm X. He was an assistant principal in a middle school, or it could have even been elementary school. Are you all listening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's probably in the document you're reading anyway, but just listen to myself because I'm, you may correct some of the things that I present, but when you talk about finances and the core of the story that you are presenting, and it's always this, you understand, you can't get around it because it requires some level of struggle to change any situation. That's the whole dynamics of inertia. Do you understand? Do you all understand?
Yeah.
Sahar, do you understand the concept of inertia?
Yes.
Okay, inertia is a resistance to a change because the system is comfortable. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. They will resist any attempt of changing their status. Do you understand? You understand that? That's the whole idea of inertia. You have to overcome inertia. Sometimes you need somebody's help to do it. So now, Professor Herman Ferguson was a school principal, assistant principal. That's for a black person during that period in the 60s or late 50s, actually. That was huge for a black person to maintain that kind of position of being an assistant principal. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that meant he was making good money. He was definitely making a lot of good money and was, secure financially compared to black people on the street or even on the plantation in the 50s. But after listening to Malcolm, he could understand the logic of Professor Malcolm's presentation. So he began to get closer. But like you and any other black person, listen to Gaga currently, he was afraid for his job. That's basically what you're saying, right? Right, Brother Sahern?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened? So initially they had an understanding with Professor Malcolm that he can only be a stealth member in terms of his identity will not be disclosed as being a member of the movement. You understand?
Yes.
So he could retain and maintain his job and his livelihood, which was also serving as support for the organization itself. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that's exactly where you are, where everybody is. Okay?
Yes.
So there was an agreement between him and Professor Malcolm. And then, and this was the initial stage. And as things began to grow and things began to develop, one day Malcolm gave a speech. And in the speech, including a drive for membership. And then Malcolm gave part of his speech and he says, yes, we have everybody need to register, including even the assistant principal need to register. That's what he quoted Malcolm as saying. Malcolm said specifically, he didn't mention his name, But he knew, and Malcolm knew, he was the only person who was an assistant principal in the listening to the presentation from Professor Malcolm. Do you understand? Do you understand, Cy Hearn?
Yes.
So that was Malcolm saying to him, in spite of what they had agreed on in terms of, okay, you keep a low profile so you could maintain your livelihood and your support for the organization financially at least. So Malcolm switched gears and said, no, you have to become a member. And what Malcolm was saying was, you can't be saying the current situation is bad and be supporting it and making it continue to be bad. Do you understand? You have to switch gears at some point, otherwise you'll be inconsistent. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So Malcolm knew that that would jeopardize his job. And Malcolm knew that in the process, because of his getting close to Malcolm, because he has the education and has the resources and the intelligence, he's definitely going to, when he becomes a member, he's going to play some visible roles. And that as a result, he's going to be a target of the organization that like to see a change. Do you understand? So in that process, he expected Jim Crow to go after Brother Herman Ferguson, just like they will go after Malcolm, Professor Malcolm himself. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore, it becomes an issue, and of course, he suffered a lot of because he spent a whole long time in prison. So his experience was not trivial. Do you understand? He suffered a lot of consequences, a lot. I mean, he at some point, he had to go to Grenada, not Grenada, but not Grenada.
Guyana.
Guyana, thank you. I keep on confusing Grenada with Guyana. Guyana in exile in order to escape prison, the prison term here. And when, they had to work out an arrangement for him to return back, he still had to come and serve the prison term over here. You understand? So he spent most of his life in prison. Okay, he anticipated things like that were going to happen, but he still had to do it anyway. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's what is called war. That's because everything has its consequences. You can't have it both ways. You can't say you're going to have a great kind of time in an existing system. That would be a contradiction, because if it was such a great, kind of dynamics in there, there won't be problems. But I mean, the lynching black people left and right, you can't say that that is a great, there's nothing great about it, right?
Right.
Similar things were happening during Brother Ferguson's time. The difference here is that this one is just a last, desperate effort. It wasn't as solid as it was during that time in the 50s. That's the part that is hard to understand, because Jim Crow has surrendered already. There was no such a surrender in 1950s. Do you understand?
Yes.
You didn't have a declaration from a supreme headquarters of European supremacy saying, hey, the black race is it. No, nothing like that, because it was an era where they had no understanding, they had a misconception that the black people were slaves. They were only created to be slaves. Okay? So now they've been created. You understand? This is too much has happened already. So there's no It's not a similar environment anymore. There was no indication that the Black Power supported the Pentagon during that period. Now you have a document that says, no, the Black Power, and just the Black brains, is not responsible for the Pentagon and the Kremlin and anywhere else in the world since 1990. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That is the huge difference. Now, you not really living that life is why the assassinations goes on. The assassination automatically stopped in 1990. But Black people are still unaware of that reality, unlike the Jewish people. That's why you are even entertaining the fears. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Can you see that, I heard?
Yeah.
Please ask questions. It's very important. See, you can't say system is bad and then, tell them, hey, you think they are great or it's a great condition for you. Do you understand me? That will be inconsistent, right?
Yeah.
So if what you understand what is going on, there's something wrong with the system. Even they have acknowledged that because they've acknowledged something wrong with the European bias. It's written in a scientific journal. You understand?
Yeah.
The European bias had to be removed because God ordered that through Gaga by making my intelligence a test of infinity and making yours as a member of the race the highest of any race. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't now say you're going to live as if God hasn't, especially if it comes from God. It comes from God because it's a formula. It's not a hearsay. It's not some kind of a loud talk dynamics. It's a formula. And like Einstein said, politics is for the moment. What you consider is something that is for the moment. Equation, however, is forever. That's what solidified Einstein, the Jewish people liberation. Do you understand?
Yeah.
When a liberation, a God order, is a real God order, meaning you have an equation, an infallible equation in case of Gaga. The Einstein's formula is only verified in the lab for a restricted parameter, even for the basic field of physics. Is still a restriction. Do you understand? That other formula is verified geometrically, for everything without any constraints in the parameters. Do you understand?
Yes.
And that is a verification, its totality. This came from God and it's an infallible truth. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when God has done that, nobody has any choice but go along with it. Do you understand?
Right.
Because you're not going along with it, you're creating a problem for your own self. And whereas fears can be used as a basis, oh, gee, they're going to come. No, they've been coming. Philando, they came at him. You understand me? Trevor Martin, they came at him. You understand? Just like they came at Emmett Till. You understand? And, the young brothers and sisters on the streets of Soweto. You understand me? And Durban. You understand? And Johannesburg and all this other nonsense that has been going through. So, and what happened during that particular last minute when it's a desperation, in South Africa, for example, and over here as well, the killing of the children in the churches and so on and so forth in Montgomery or somewhere in Alabama. You understand? Those were desperation because they knew they could see the end of their horrors, at least in some dimension. But this one is the totality of dimension. When you see a KKK signing a document that says, hey, what has been done in the past is wrong, you know that is a huge move. Do you understand? That was what was done from Yale. Do you understand, Simon and John?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that cannot be changed. You can't turn the clock back because it has been destroyed forever. But the most astounding one came from the origin, the backup, for KKK, which is Göttingen. That's the headquarters of European supremacy. When they, put black people number one in terms of, if you look into the race, black people is number one. We're higher than everybody else. Okay? If you look at the universities, the Black University of Faculties and Technology, even though it's, part of it is located in America, and thereby putting America number one, they're all feeding into your blessings from God. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
You cannot ignore that for any reason. Because even in the best of times, anytime we have Jim Crow around, there's always a danger to one's life. Do you understand? They blow people up. They don't, they need to be taught the proof of the God order that defines life as holy, and that it was designed to last forever. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
And that the only way to resolve a problem is through Gaga. Gagotical way is the only way to resolve any problems. It's the only solution to every problem. So if there's a question as to who is supposed to be the president, common sense tells us you can make people who are, their score on the qualification for presidency 19, when there are people who have 28 around. Can you see that?
Yes.
For many, many, many years, they were trying to justify their so-called minority regime of South Africa, which is nothing but the Europeans, Dutch especially, and English, that they are more superior, or rather they're superior to the black people. That's the so-called basis of apartheid, just like, which is the European bias. And what Gagot has proven, God has proven through Gagot, is that was not only a theory, but a false, the premise for the theory is wrong to begin with, because it's not a logic that is based on. There was no logic whatsoever other than, how can I say?
I'm white and I say so.
A downright fraud, in order to prevail, which obviously they know that that's a transient at some point is going to end, and that's what happened in 1990. Can you see that? So,
yeah.
So therefore, those are infallible truths. It's like your own existence.
Didn't apartheid and Mandela end right around the 90s anyway?
Precisely. That's another dynamics that falls into Gagot. Because once Gagot came in, everything else had to dismantle. Cold War ended, apartheid ended. You understand? And thank you for emphasis, for bringing that in a proper focus like that. Mandela was here around 1992 and so on and so forth. You understand? So it's happening the same time as the walls of Berlin were
first black president of South Africa, right around when Gaga comes out.
Exactly. So therefore, you can you see where does fear come in? That's in that dynamics. You understand? The ultimate fear, that is that, black people were thinking they were going to go against Jim Crow using Jim Crow's weapons. No. You use the ultimate weapon, which is intelligence. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what you're called on to use right now. Okay? But that part of intelligence is that you are able to see when we were doing it over, for example, when we were going to the school boards over here, we didn't have any other black person supporting us. Do you understand me? I happen to have some children in the school, so that's all I need. And if you are living a place, you have access to the school board meetings, and what you said there has to be listened to. now. And then, so that's where you now educate more people to support it so they can vote on it, in a way that is consistent. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can't allow the fear. They do that. People get, in other words, you don't have to be conscious to get attacked by Jim Crow. Do you understand?
Yes.
They were talking, I think it was Calhoun, somewhere there over in California, or some other place, that one time some kind of dynamics was going on where people were talking the so-called race thing, and somebody said yes, and another person said no, and the next thing it degenerated into fights. And so in the fight, people were just, getting any black person, that is walking, that's not even associated with it, just because they're black. They'll take a knife and stab them in their stomach. You understand? Yeah. So such a black person has nothing to do with what is immediately going on. Just for him being black was attacked. Do you understand? So
right.
It isn't they were not attacked simply because they were Gagotical, just by them, and I'm pretty sure they had some of them in the opportunity, they would like to wear a white color, to avoid such a thing, but that's wrong, because if God wanted you to do that, God would have created you that way. Do you understand? So what it boils down to is fear has its place and it has its time. Do you understand? Fear has a space-time, locations. You understand? You can't be so afraid of tiger, that you can't walk around, that you have to stay. No, our folks went right and engaged the tiger right in the jungle. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And tiger, as dumb as it is, understand that, hey, that shows you are not, you have power that is superior because you come into his own territory. You understand? The jungle is where the tiger, so you go into the jungle, Africans did, and told the tiger who's in charge. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And the tiger, of course, used the fangs and the claws, and they killed a few people, but when it boils down to it, there's no jungle on the planet currently that a human being cannot go into. Do you understand? You fly your helicopter in, you drop down where you could drop. The tiger comes, its helpers can't do a damn thing to you. Do you understand? Because within the helicopter, their claws and their fangs cannot do anything to you. It's only when you come out. Do you understand? But you don't have to come out. Now, if that's not enough, you can wear an armor. Do you understand? That covers your head and covers your skin, although breathing might be hard, but for the temporary time that you have to engage them, they can push you down. They can't do anything to you because their power resides on them opening your flesh. Do you understand?
Yes.
The proper armor, they can't chew the armor, and they don't have intelligence how to dismantle the armor. Do you understand? So you protect them. And the same thing with the pythons and all any of those animals. That makes you superior. And that's what our story for the last 2,500 years. That's the secret of how we survive. Do you understand?
Yes.
Our superior intelligence, that's what characterizes us being invincible. So that's the spirit. So do you have any more questions? Because we want to, carry this to a point where we could continue from here. But you should plan on your courses. The intensive is available, and you could take it, using the Google Hangout. That may not be necessary broadcast, but you could engage it, in the problem with the broadcast is that when you go through this kind of systems, not only do you not have privacy, because you understand, it goes through Jim Crow. Jim Crow not only has access to it, but can manipulate what Jim Crow transmits. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So therefore, what happens is, if you don't broadcast it, it means that only Jim Crow has access to it. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why if we must do it that way. On the other hand, you could actually come when you can dedicate 1 hour, which is really 5 days, the version, and then if you know, once you take the test, you have a certificate. You understand? So if you want to plan on that, that's something to do. You know, although.
Yes.
Okay, so that's something that you could do, and you know, put your time into it. But you could also approach it, you know, and if we do it, as you know, but in that case we need some kind of class, just like we do now. We need maybe a minimum of 10 people, right? Minimum of 10 people, and we could conduct an actual, in a person-to-person class, or you know, in-person class. You know, but we have to do it on the internet, then we might as well broadcast it, you know, for the world to see. Now, but you will have a direct contact with the class. People who are listening to it, they're not getting as much as you are. Do you understand? So it's not there's no substitute for actually being, you know, within a class, even on the internet. Do you understand?
Yes.
So people who are listening are not getting it. Plus, the bottom line in terms of what you need to consider is that our value, and by extension, the value of God's creation is what at stake here. Our value had been inverted to be very large, from very large to nothing. Because when you invert a very large number, the inverse is nothing. Do you understand? Or approach is extremely small. Do you understand?
Yes.
So God has ordered us to end that and show our real worth. And that's what you do right now through these classes. You see all this new stuff, things that you never thought existed, like the cryptic message. You can see how huge they are. And in the process, we're going to be going one by one. I will show you just a couple today. With Oyibo issues to influence the presidential election. And what's the other one? And then we had the brain, the stuff with the brains. Do you understand?
Yeah, there's also stuff in the book that that I was told that what we would go through in the briefing, but I haven't seen it though. Like in the discovery book, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's mass conservation. I mean, there's so much stuff. I mean, there's things in here that need to be clarified.
Oh yeah. Well, but you see, you have to understand that. That's the way to understand it, is that it's not something that you can understand in your own lifetime. You can't understand all of it fully in your lifetime. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you were able to understand the position God put me in. You understand? I didn't understand God in 35 years. Do you understand?
Yes.
It took a while, and it took an act of God to accelerate me to the point where I can understand everything. Because if you understand what's in the book, it means you understand everything. You see, you understand? See, you have to be ordained by God to get into a miracle situation like the one we're talking about. God has ordained you. But God has ordained us as a race. And we need, but it's not something that you can expect to learn. That's why I said, make sure you register now. Talking about finances. It is, when we say register, it's not about we being desperate for money. We're trying to make profit. We're not for profit. Everything that we do here is God's work in terms of making sure, among other things, to have lives saved, to save lives, and to understand the reality of God's creation, the purpose of it, and why we're here, and where we're supposed to be going, and where do we come from, and what is God. That's really all that what we should have been all about. It's not about pursuing some dollars for a purpose that you can't even define. Within the dollar thing, once you can put food on the table and do it, you don't have to be paying bills to anyone. That is supposed to be your own system of bartering and stuff like that, which is how it's supposed to be. So when you talk about finances, Jim Crow is making you overlook certain critical things that are far more important than paying bills. Okay, for example, the land belongs to you. This land called America belongs to the black people, which was, rented at no cost to the so-called Indians. Okay, so we, evidence that the land belongs to us include the Olmec heads, where the Indians were worshiping our people. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that's in South America. The Olmec heads. So that was way before Columbus.
Central America.
Central America, thank you. Okay, that was way before Columbus. That was before anybody, landed here. Before the Indians. Who were
and there's evidence of the Bonaparte tribe as well, right? In that black culture right there in Central America.
Very much so. So we're the first, pyramids are there because it was something they imported from Africa, in terms of the knowledge of it, and our people bringing and constructing them for them.
Right by the river, right by the water.
Absolutely. So the land belongs to us. Therefore, people owe us rent, and they come into it. The reason you don't focus on that is because you occupy your mind with fraudulent propaganda, and in the process, devalue your life and waste your life. And that's how Gagot has been sent. So you have to embark on a perpetual understanding, learning of Gagot to understand it through the classes and the degrees. But not just for, you understand, so when you have to set up your own system, you need to have a GIJ for that. In terms of, for example, owning and operating and controlling production systems. Within that, the Black Wall Street and all that come together. And you have your own currency. You have your own job system. That's what we're talking about. To the level where you can teach Jim Crow how to set up a real system. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what was going on in the Black Wall Street. And so, even though they bombed it, they saw repercussion. And although it was not Gagot, Gagot decodes everything. You can't hide the truth from Gagot. All Gagot needs is some little initial data and or boundary conditions. Do you understand? Yeah. It's such a fun. So that's where you want to head to be. You want to be. It's not just a certificate with substance that your life, you live that certificate. And individual and collectively, you have a system. The Jewish people do have a system. Especially since the formula came out. So now you have a formula. You are supposed to be teaching the world the usage of that formula. You cannot give that up for anything. Can you hear that, Brother Sai?
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay, so therefore, even if there are questions that you can't remember right now, you can always call in those questions. Do you understand?
Yes.
So yes. You could go for your dinner and plan on your intensive, and then that could be done as soon as you're ready.
Man, I flew to New York.
Okay, yeah. And so, so God is the greatest. You understand? Praise God. And say hello to your mother for me and tell her, yeah,
Thank you.
And try to go over what I hope you still remember what I said to you in terms of answers to our questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and otherwise it's on the hopefully it's on, it's there in the broadcast. Otherwise, John has copies of it here. He will share with you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you for everything. It's been excellent.
Well, God is the greatest. We're happy to know that you feel God. We're no more than happy. We're excited. We're delighted. We feel godly. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And pass that vibe to your family members. And thank you for getting Brother Rashad in and ask him to do what you've done with him to bring in another one. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what each one teach many, means. And then you work on bringing another member of the family or friends in, and in the process you pass on the baton to them. Say, hey, this is what you're supposed to do. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so in the process, we're back to business again in terms of Ma civilization. This is now Gaga civilization, which is the ultimate Ma. You understand?
Wow. Yes.
Praise God. Okay?
Praise God.
Praise God. So talk to you later.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Thanks for everything.
Thanks to God.
Thanks to God.
Praise God.
All right.
Okay. John, you can now. Just a second. Yeah.